Good morning. Apologies for the little bit later than expected start, but recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the June 17th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a short but important agenda today that I will generally summarize. We'll start with any opening comments from commissioners, and then the executive director review of Canada meeting before we continue our discussion and review of the social consumption draft regulations and some of the lingering policy questions that we have identified as we've started out on this work of updating our regs in the framework. I'll ask commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions or seeking to take a break during any part of the meeting to just raise your hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates you might have. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order. I'll give my comments last, but we'll start with Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chair Stebbins. I will be short and sweet. I know that we have a lot on our plates today. I'm looking forward to a really substantive conversation around social consumption, and I'm excited to be here in person with you all. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the fact that Juneteenth is this weekend, on Thursday, so I wanted to wish everyone a happy Juneteenth and also a happy Pride, specifically because of the work that we do, acknowledging the marginalized communities that have been impacted by the work, that I hope are continuing to be impacted in a positive way now that cannabis has been legalized. But I wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. We talk a lot about disproportionately impacted areas, the war on drugs, so on and so forth. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and celebrate those two holidays this month. Also, I wanted to, again, wish a happy belated Father's Day. I realize that we acknowledge you, Chair, but I know we have our executive director who was in the building when I said happy Father's Day and did not acknowledge you as well. And also Attorney Baker and so many others. So I just wanted to say that again, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rowe.
Good morning. I'll be really short. I want to ditto my colleague, Commissioner Concepcion, and acknowledge all the celebrations that take place in June. And just looking forward to, once again, tackling social consumption and hearing about Canada. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, I will keep it short. Again, wish everybody a joyous celebration of Juneteenth coming up this week on Thursday. And thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for your thoughtful comments, Commissioner Royers as well. And that is all I have. So let's move right along. The next item being the Executive Director review of the Canada meeting.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go very high level. Obviously, this was 3 days. The first day for regulators, specifically the second and third day included external stakeholders and a lot of excellent speakers that were brought in from the federal government, from the private sector, and from other states who are going through similar issues as we are in Massachusetts. So a lot of great information. I'm going to kind of hit the highlights, but I would point out as well, I think my biggest overarching takeaway, which I'll summarize as well at the end, is that I don't think that anybody has the answer on intoxicating hemp. It was probably more catharsis than it was, an answer to a solution to a problem that we're all facing. But I think that bringing in folks from the FDA, folks from a number of states who have been dragged into a conversation on cannabinoids that Massachusetts, intentionally went down the path of. It was an interesting way to kind of look at some of the same topics that we've struggled with. So I'm going to hit hemp testing, medical, and social consumption as kind of the high level items. You were provided also the Chief of Research's notes from the seminars that she attended. I'll have some as well from General Counsel on those that he attended, and I'll add from mine as well. And then we also had the Director of Government Affairs and Policy So we could make sure that we hit they had 3 simultaneous seminars going on throughout the days that we were there. And we were also accompanied by Jessica Burgess of MDAR, as obviously hemp is a major issue in which we work and have overlapping jurisdictions with MDAR. So on the hemp side, again, I would sort of highlight, I did not come back with a solution, unfortunately. But I would say that, it seems like on the national level, the approach that folks are hoping to take is to go in the path of separating hemp into either industrial use or THC at the point of planting. That seems to be an idea that folks like to address some of the issues that we're facing. I would say the FDA, similar to DPH, has indicated that their approach is that all use of intoxicating hemp is technically illegal. And so, there were some interesting comments and some things that they seem to be tracking in terms of how businesses are approaching hemp products. But ultimately, I think there was a lot of the focus was also on consumer confusion about the difference between hemp and cannabis in the fact that they're the same plant. That the D8, D9 does not really get to the end consumer in terms of a knowledge base. One of the slides actually I had a picture of that I provided was a survey that they did where they indicated, does a consumer know if they're using D8, D9? And they put a question in there, if you ever used Delta 4, which is not an actual thing that exists. And so a number of individuals say, yes, I've had Delta 4. So ultimately kind of trying to prove the point that there are folks who are confused by the difference between the same product being, the same plant being regulated in 2 different ways. I would point out as well, Jessica Burgess was one of the speakers and, was very positive about, and some of the things that we see from other states, was very positive about working with the CCC, where jurisdiction overlaps between MDAR and the CCC. And I think that, one of my takeaways was that not everybody is as fortunate as we are to sort of have the same level of partnership that our folks at the CCC have with MDAR. And yet, I think, again, one of the hopes from the federal government, from the industry, from the states was that as people start to tackle intoxicating hemp products, that there are less cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. And so I think that that's some of the feedback that I intend to provide through the Legislative Review Working Group on the House bill as it stands now, which incorporates obviously a role for MDAR, the CCC, the ABCC, that, some of these other states are trying to avoid having too many regulatory bodies involved in the same process. On the testing side, I would say, and I'll make sure that we get our contacts across for the folks in the organization, but there are a handful of states that we're very happy with where they are in the final stages of setting up internal reference labs. Generally, this follows the tact of Chatham House rules, so we don't generally share which state is saying what, but I think it's also public to the effect that Maryland appears ready to go live with their reference lab. So they had a lot of great information and obviously would be happy to provide resources to us. So I'll make sure that I make those connections. And then I would say that lab shopping and so some of the similar issues that the CCC has tackled are ones that I think other states are struggling with as well. And so ultimately, I think, again, between the federal government, the states and the industry, the general push and the materials that I brought back are all trying to move towards standardization, not just for testing, for labeling, for a number of different things across the board, so that consumers across state lines, understand the differences in these products. On the medical side, a bunch of different data I found interesting. I think we have a lot of materials that we brought back, but the things that I kind of noted here, especially as it relates to the states that have come online on the East Coast around us, 5 states on the medical side have essentially allowed a physician to deem anything that they find necessary to be a medical use. So they're not being as prescriptive on what can be deemed medical use. The only one within that 5 group state, that group of 5 states that is in our area is Maine. 5 states, different groups entirely, allow for anywhere where opioids can be prescribed for pain treatment, for cannabis to also be prescribed in its place. And New York is the state in our area that is in that group of 5. 6 states allow cannabis to be used for the treatment of opioid use disorder. the states in our area that allow that are New York, New Jersey, and New Hampshire. So I was going to provide a lot of that feedback and background information that we received as well to the medical program working group that is looking at not only vertical integration, but the program itself. And finally, on social consumption, we did find out as well, one of the 2 lounges in Nevada that opened up originally along the strip in Las Vegas has closed. I think we can probably get some information from that on sort of the business model and what headwinds they faced. In Colorado itself, there is a brick and mortar restaurant style business that people attended. You know, it's generally not for just popping in and sitting down for a meal. Their business model is much more tailored towards large functions. But they were very amenable, especially with CANRA and regulators in Denver at the time, to sort of open up and answer any questions. So their business model, despite having, you know, a restaurant type business, is really to focus on being rented out for large functions. That is the business model that they've found to be successful. And lastly, I took pictures of, I know that this is not considered in our current version of regs for social consumption, but a mobile consumption bus that I toured. I think ultimately I have kind of the notes from the business owner. He was a very positive person, describing, you know, regulations, not just from as it related to cannabis, but also having that through the Department of Transportation in Colorado, right? A lot of different licenses that went into having a mobile, I would call it a party bus. I don't think she used those words, but but specifically for cannabis, I think the biggest thing that she pointed out that was a benefit to her was that it's really a low point of entry in terms of cost. It was $100,000 to kind of get all things running, you know, understanding that there was regulatory hurdles, not just on the cannabis side, but in general of operating that business. So it was an interesting thing. I have kind of all of her notes as well that I'll provide, but whereas that's not sort of in what we're discussing today, I think we can talk about that for the future. So overall, you know, I think we covered a lot of materials. I think for, you know, some of the specific notes, we'll provide those and also have the context internally where, you know, Maryland on reference labs or those types of contacts will benefit us internally. And so I think, you know, overall, I came back with the impression that, again, there's value in the catharsis of hearing others who are facing the same general troubles that any regulatory body is in a new space of cannabis. But I think that, you know, as well, there's a good sense as well from some of our partners at the federal government that there is a light at the end of the tunnel on intoxicating hemp, but not anytime within the next calendar year. I'd say that's definitively stated. We have a couple bills noted here with some background on it that are in consideration, but I don't think that there is a general sense from folks that those are going to move quickly. There's 2 last kind of general notes. One of the things I liked in a retailer that I went into was a sign up where a consumer could walk in, use a QR code, and they could sign up to get any recalls of products sent directly to them. I took a picture of that and provided it. That is sponsored through our counterpart in Colorado. And the other sort of significant data that I included in my write-up was that Colorado has done a Healthy Kids survey dating back to 2005 for high school students and 2011 for middle school students. And they have demonstrated over that period of time that since legalizing cannabis in Colorado, the rate of use in those groups has declined. So from 2013, 19.7% in high school down to 12.8% in 2023. So again, a lot of good data. I think Colorado and some of the other states that have similar setups to how we do research are important to hear from. And then having a lot of the folks in the private, you know, in the universities that are doing a lot of the research there as well, I think was really helpful to kind of get a lot of different perspectives. So really good experience. All those notes will be provided, and happy to follow up staff and commissioners as we move forward.
Thank you, VD. Any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Director. And I appreciate you and the team and Dr. Johnson, who participated in a panel, is my understanding. So thank you all for for going down. My question is about Maryland. Did they happen to say the cost for them to stand up the reference lab?
I don't have that specific information. I left with the idea that we may want to pick their brain on that, and so I have their contacts to go through the particulars.
Okay, and so while you were there, I think there was movement in California to remove the emergency ban and make it a permanent ban around intoxicating hemp. And a House Appropriations Committee on the federal level is trying to tackle intoxicating hemp by just putting it with a routine spending bill. Was there any talk about either one of those, California or?
California was active. Actually, the director from California ran the inversion diversion seminar that I was part of. And so California, Maine also was going through a number of legislative processes at the time that we were there. I think the answer is that a lot of states are looking at bans and looking at the legality of bans as it relates to intoxicating hemp. And so I think we will start to see some activity on a state by state level. But I think there's questions of whether or not those bans would stand up. And I don't think there was a consensus on that.
Okay.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Executive Director. Thank you for the notes and the pictures. They're really helpful to the, I noticed, and it is helpful to hear what other states are doing. I was curious about if there was any conversation about the federal landscape in terms of the Cole memorandum, the current administration, any sort of insights that you might have gathered from Canada.
Certainly. So actually pull up the okay, so actually the first opening session for everybody, not a breakout session for the entire group, on the second day was the U.S. Federal Cannabis and Hemp Policy and Implications for Regulators, which was moderated by the director of the Colorado Marijuana Enforcement Division, who I met on their tour. They had a number of folks talking sort of federally from what they were seeing. So that was what I was going off of. They touched mainly on, they did discuss the potential for an updated whole memo. They also had, I just displaced all my notes here. Oh, there. They specifically mentioned two things that they're sort of tracking, and again, not for the next year in their, as they were envisioning it, but the Prepare Act and the States Act. And then having, especially as it relates to cannabis businesses existing, needing updates to safe banking to make sure that if this were to move forward at the federal level, that folks are going to need a lot of support, and the safe banking would need to be sort of come along with those. So those two, I think, will have the most backup information that we provided in our notes. And so they had the executive director for the National Cannabis Roundtable, the chair of the National Hemp Association on that, and then the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association was also on the panel, sort of speaking about all of those federal discussions will involve specifically Indigenous areas as well. And so I think that that's a major component at the federal level as opposed to some of the states. The last Prisoner Project was represented by Jason Ortiz, the director, and the Alliance for Sensible Markets. So the federal discussion kind of kicked off the day, and I think that that's where kind of led into the following few days, which was there is activity, there is some hope that there would be a movement within the current administration, but I don't think there's anybody feeling like if there is movement in this year that it will happen quickly. And so states, as they approach this coming year, should be determining how they want to handle intoxicating hemp on an individual basis. But I think I would say that there was some positivity on that discussion as well, about what's to be seen. And so we wrote up those notes. Following that on the federal level, as it related to hemp specifically, we did also have, and I attended this, was so novel and new cannabinoids had actually Jordan Tischler, who's on our CAB, was on that panel. And then the market economics of cannabis and hemp, had a number of individuals that our research team works with from other organizations. And then finally, new policy solutions to bridge regulatory gaps in current hemp and marijuana markets, focused a lot as well on, interstate operations. So I think we kicked it off, and actually the FDA as well was involved at the end there as well. So I think we kicked it off from the federal perspective and ended it with the federal perspective. And I think those bills specifically will give more information on, but I think nothing in the next year was what I took away.
Okay, that's helpful. Sure. Okay. First, do you mind repeating the bill numbers that you mentioned?
I don't have the numbers written in my notes in front of me, but I
Have the
can.
names that help.
Absolutely. So the Prepare Act and the States Act. And I know that Dr. Johnson has those written up to a certain extent in her notes, and I will add mine and any other notes that we have as well, and I can add bills to that, and I can have government affairs and policy do some background as well.
This is helpful because I can do some research on my own. The one comment I will make is that although we don't know what the future holds, it still seems like it's very vague in terms of what the next thing is. I think it may be smart for Massachusetts to start thinking about how to equip our licensees in preparation for any sort of legalization on the national front. And what I mean by that is, things in terms of copywriting or trademarking, so on and so forth, so that when they enter that larger landscape, they have control of their namesake at least, and
Right.
control of their establishments, especially at the and when you see the larger perspective, when you're competing against some others that may have similar names, similar products, names as well, so on and so forth. But I just wanted to put that bug out because that's something that is in my head. I'm thinking it through now. That's something that I'm sort of doing my own research on, but I think that we need to get into a place where Massachusetts is able to give information and prepare licensees for anything that may come.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. It just triggered one thought in my mind, which was I did hear in some other states, right, certain cannabis businesses can't use certain names like therapeutics, those types of things. So I think that everybody is kind of operating very differently. So that's a good point.
Thank you.
Just one quick one. Canberra has a couple of different meetings, I think, every year. This was the broader one that not only included regulators, but also included industry folks,
External stakeholders.
We'll call them. Any interesting tidbits of conversations that you might have had with any of them in terms of what they either see nationally or locally or regionally?
I would say there are a lot of competitors to our current IT infrastructure who wanted to get in front of us and were referred to procurement and IT. So as we progress towards an RFP on our licensing software and our medical program software, I think that we've seen from meeting some of the external stakeholders and consultants that there's a lot of interest there. I think similar to feedback I got after we discussed having a testing consultant here. There was a lot of testing consultants in the space nationally that were at Canberra, and again, sort of referenced reaching out to our procurement folks if they want to get on any list for us in the future. I think nationally, the discussion from most of the folks, whether it be in testing or, looking at the health of the adult use market, I think the concept of the same plant being regulated two ways when called hemp or cannabis was probably the biggest overarching issue that came up in basically every context. And I do think, one of the, and I think it happens in the bill that we're looking at here from the House perspective, looking at how to test something that is not within your own state, which we have to contemplate here. It does seem like there is a market out there that seems to be getting ready for that. So there's a lot of that, a lot of those types of businesses preparing to kind of be competitive, which is, I think, good to see as you see adult use markets growing. That's what you expect. The support style businesses are becoming more competitive. I think banking had some folks there that demonstrate what I think we know too, which is some more banks, especially in our area, are starting to see what they can do in the cannabis space and growing that operation. So that was kind of my takeaway from the external stakeholders.
Anything else you want to add?
No, I think if there's any questions on the materials we provided, otherwise, I think I'll be trying to make sure I get all of our counterparts in the other states that I think would be great support for our staff, those contacts out, and try to set those up as we move forward. And I do think, budget depending, I definitely see the benefit of us having either commissioners, but especially staff at the meeting in December. I just think it is great information to have on other states that have either come before us or states that are coming right after us and doing it slightly differently. It's definitely a very good perspective to get in the decision-making process.
So I also was wondering if there was any discussion about sales in turn, because I know that was a large part of the conversation when, we were the first for a long time on this coast. And as other states gone online, there was a lot of talk about sales and what our sales would look like and what other states' sales would be. Was there any conversation about that?
You mean like gross sales and like the growth of the market?
Right.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, I think, is similar to other folks, which is that the market demand is not necessarily, the market demand has increased. Certainly as we've seen states come online, there are other states have experienced similar to us where, Massachusetts on the New York border, that area would be impacted when New York legalizes, right? Connecticut, et cetera. And so other states have seen those types of things. But ultimately, I think, other states have seen price compression, some more significant than us. But states, if you remove the actual price and you just look at the demand, that the adult use market does seem to be, increasing over time. And again, that data that I provided from Colorado was kind of what their focus on, was to say, what has legalization done for youth use? And they've demonstrated that they feel like it has improved that. But the overall market on the adult use side, I didn't have anybody, I did not get any feedback from any state that felt like their market was shrinking.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Mr. Executive Director, did you attend any seminars on accounts receivable? Was there any talk about that?
I did have a breakout session on receivership, and that was really probably the most focused. I think what I would say in that regard, one of the questions that I had asked was sort of, as a business goes out of business, right? We have all of the procedures in place to ensure that product is safe and all those things. But ultimately, the individuals in the business that went out of business, should that business have not paid its licensing fees? Should it not have paid other retailers? Is there anything for the individuals who are involved in that business to stop them from simply just starting a new business when they go into receivership? And I think that I saw from some other states that they deal with it similar to sort of the suitability questions that we have, which is from a financial suitability. Were you involved in a business that went into receivership and, a number of folks were not ultimately paid, and going through that question of looking at, was the individual simply shutting down a business to start a new business to kind of go through a de facto bankruptcy process. So that was kind of more of the accounts receivable issue in the receivership, because I think some of the states that we're seeing out there are having much more issues that are related to receivership specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But there was no specific look at accounts receivable. I did, I obviously updated that accounts receivable is contemplated within the House bill as currently drafted.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Executive Director. Appreciate that. We'll next move on to commission discussion and votes. And what we have teed up today is discussion and review of our draft regulations and policy questions, revisions to 935 CMR 500, 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. This is not really intended to be, or continued review line by line of a lot of regs. There'll be certainly references to the draft regs. So what we have hopefully teed up this morning is a discussion on a number of policy questions for commissioners and our team to discuss that can hopefully give our social consumption working group some direction as to how our final draft of regulations are presented. I've said before that through an incredible amount of public and stakeholder input, our working group put together a draft framework as we've reviewed it to this point. As I said at the unveiling of our draft framework on December 5th, we attempted to answer a lot of questions, but we may not have answered them all. Although we have seen some changes from our original version, including a decision not to, incorporate regs that would allow for patients to receive or take delivery of medical products to social consumption lounge, seemingly a lack of support for this part of the framework and concern by possible licensees. We took it to make that portion workable. We took that out. So our goal today is to work with our Deputy General Counsel and our team and walk through some of these bigger questions so that final edits and changes can be made and included in a final draft version of the regs. Our goal is to solicit this important feedback today, find some consensus and direction, and then allow the working group to return to the regs and make some of those needed changes. After today, I plan to work with my colleagues on the working group, provide an updated framework and draft regulations for us to consider, hopefully timing, allowing for us to bring back a final version toward the last week of July. I'm taking into account vacations and work around our regular business meeting in July, and hopefully take a vote at that point to begin the formal promulgation process. As a reminder and a message that I have certainly stressed to stakeholders that I have talked to, nothing in this draft form to start the promulgation process is a fait accompli or baked in part of the framework that cannot be amended. The regulatory comment public hearing process is an important step for us to take. We know from our work on delivery that we incorporated changes for ITLs to pick up and transport samples and products. And that was a change that was adopted after the hearing and after the public comment period was over. So again, our work here today is intended to answer some bigger policy questions that will guide some of the changes for all of us to come back and consider at the end of July to start the promulgation process. I'm kind of looking forward to, I guess, geeking out a little bit on the policy conversations today. I know that they'll be informative and thoughtful. Hopefully we can find consensus on some of the topics. But I would ask that you allow the working group to, if we don't find consensus on some certain areas, I'd ask that you allow the working group to draft the regs in a way that hopefully takes all commissioners' comments into account. And I hope we can move through the discussions today, but quickly, but also allowing all points to be heard and considered. Again, I think even in our last discussion, and as we've gone through the line by line version work so far, I think we have pinned a couple of topics that I think invite further conversation, further discussion. Some of these questions are certainly around the marijuana event organizer license, which line by line we did not go through yet, but working with the working group and working with the deputy GC and hearing from team members, there are certainly some big policy questions that I think we need to have a conversation about that will, drive some needed either changes or updates or edits to the current version of the regulations. So setting that as kind of a framework for the conversation. Any of my colleagues, excuse me, have questions? If not, we can jump into some of those, excuse me. We can jump into some of those policy questions. Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just a quick comment. I wanted to thank the working group for your work on these regulations, and also acknowledge our former colleague, Commissioner Camargo, who somehow during her last week found the time to go through these regulations with me, so I have a better understanding of exactly what I was reading. Also, Attorney Baker, I know that you've done a lot to get us to this point, and you spent countless hours. I mean, you've done that in the past on other things as well, and other regulations, other drafts, but again, you've done it again. So I just wanted to also acknowledge you before we even get into this conversation today, because of the incredible amount of work that you put into it.
Appreciate it. Mr. O'Rourke, any questions?
Just thank you
Okay.
all, and especially Attorney Baker, because he has been living and breathing these social consumption regulations, so thank you.
All right. What I've asked Attorney Baker to do is, as we go through these policy questions, to kind of just drop the question, the reg number that aligns with that, and then just a general description of the question. I think some of these we can move through pretty quickly. I think some others are going to certainly take some good, thoughtful discussion and debate. And that's also the reason that we wanted to invite I&E and licensing team. And Chief, thank you for your team being available today to continue these conversations, because ultimately, whatever regulatory framework we create and we pass, we know there's a whole implementation step that follows that. And obviously looking at what's manageable, what's enforceable, where we kind of want to draw lines with local municipalities, I think is a good conversation for us to have. So thank you all for being here as well. All right, Deputy GC, where do you want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. We are going to start with the agent registration conversation. At the last public meeting, you had teed up some areas of interest that you would like to amend. And so those are 500-029 and 500-030. There's a couple different areas that you're looking to amend here, as he had presented before. So I would just like to open the discussion back up on that last conversation to get some direction on where the board is right now as to the question of whether to include agent registration within the social consumption context here in the package. So going back to the acting chair's comments, obviously we are implementing social consumption establishments. That's going to be an additional license type that these folks will have to have a badge for. So we do see the relevance in trying to incorporate some amendments here on agent registration. But again, I'll put it back onto the board of the acting chair had done a presentation relative to the amendments he's seeking, and just getting a question of where you are in that.
Yeah, if I can, again, just picking up on the conversation that we started at our last public meeting. I think we have all heard, as we've been out and about and meeting with licensees, doing roundtables, that the agent registration piece has been long anticipated to see some changes around it. I think there's some both immediate term issues with respect to agent registration. I think there's some longer term issues for us to also think about with respect to agent registration. The changes that I talked about at the last public meeting were two, what I would say, immediate changes. One of those is that as we get ready to unveil even more license types, that we have the agent registration really follow the entity that they're working for. So regardless of the number of licenses an entity may hold, they may have multiple retail establishments. Now they're about to either get supplemental license types under the social consumption framework, that we say that you only need one registration instead of multiple, depending on the number of licenses that your employer holds. So that was one change that I would like to see us incorporate in this. Again, if we're unleashing new license types, I feel it's timely and appropriate for us to make that correction. The second piece of it was somewhat related in that right now we allow an ME agent registration to eventually have the opportunity to be renewed every 3 years. Our ITLs, who also have an agent registration process for their employees, are not afforded that opportunity. So I would say if we're going into the regs, let's make the change for the single agent registration, regardless of how many licenses the employer has, but also to make a change with respect to an ITL agent also now being allowed to have that 3-year renewal period as well. So again, this is kind of just the policy discussion, but certainly the conversation that we started at the last public meeting. But now I invite other of my colleagues to further thought. Sure.
Ideally, I think if the registration could follow the agent, not tied to the ME, but tied to the agent, would be optimal for both agents and employers.
Mm-hmm. It's a good point. I think when I raised this issue at our last meeting, I thought through that issue as maybe, I don't want to say longer term, but more of an issue that this change that I'm suggesting would also impact that, right? But the process or the option that we've all heard about of, I'm an individual, I want to go work in this industry, I want to get my agent registration, potentially make myself more appealing to a potential employer. I think that process may need to be built out a little bit more. But I think if we start with working for that one employer, I only need one agent registration, that is going to save some bureaucratic headaches, I think, for our licensees, as well as some money on the back end. We have already seen, when we look at the marijuana regulation fund, we've already seen a downward trend of agent registration money. So I'm not necessarily worried about that piece. But I hear your point, but thinking through the agent registration potentially following, they end up working for multiple employers, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a worthy conversation to have. Again, my immediate change was going to be, if you work for that one employer, regardless of how many licenses, that you only need that one agent registration. Go ahead.
I just think of the broader positive impacts if agent registration followed the agent. You and I visited an outdoor grow where outdoor farmers have till Croptober, they need a full staff. So having someone that can pivot to different entities, especially for our outdoor cultivators, would be very helpful. I think of our new Equity Works Hub, where if folks are, the registration follows them, they're green check certified, they can start tomorrow. I just think the impacts, economic impacts, practical impacts are much greater if the registration follows the agent.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments also, Commissioner Roy. I think when we had this discussion, I did speak at length around having the badge follow the agent because of a number of different benefits to it. The thing that I have not fleshed out, and I can understand why you're saying that that's something that might need more time, is one, if we're creating a financial barrier by then requiring agents or potential agents to pay for their own certifications. And also this fix. So if one registration card can be used for multiple purposes, if you're working for a single employer, then do agents need to have multiple, like I can see why that needs some more time to get fleshed out. I guess I do not, in the interest of time, I do not want to hold the progress that's happened thus far in social consumption, but I wonder if that's something that should be open for consideration as we're receiving comments.
Commissioner, go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Concepcion. I think we need to open it up. We can bake in, a mandate where after so many days, the employer reimburses the employee to help remove that barrier as well. I just think when we get a driver's license, right, we're not limited to drive in just the town that we live in. We can drive in all the cities and towns of Massachusetts and past the, other states. But I just feel it's so restrictive now that it's not economically feasible, the current setup. So I guess I would say, I think we need to hear from MEs and registered agents before we finalize anything.
Deputy Chief Seat Governor.
Thank you. I think that gives me some good direction and the legal team to try to work through that last piece, and perhaps I could work with Commissioner Roy on thinking through it offline. Now that we have a little bit of consensus on where we want to go with the license types, excuse me.
If we all had a magic wand and could do it, would we let the badge follow the person? Like, and I get it, there's impacts, there's build out in the regs. Is that the main stumbling block? Are you guys opposed to that idea, or are we comfortable, or just need to?
I believe it was last month. And Chair, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when you brought this to the board's attention, when we talked about badging. And what I spoke about then was, this has been a conversation I've had with a number of different licensees and agents about this. The perspective that I was carrying was this. My original introduction to the issue was around suitability when I started the suitability work, because there's also, it dovetails into that as well, because there were some employers who were not certain if some of the prospective employees were in fact employable because of the records that they had. That's not so much of an issue now that there's been changes in the law through Chapter 180, but by having a agent registration card, that's also saying, I am employable. I have, I'm satisfactory. I've done all these things. I'm ready. I'm willing to work. So I saw that as the benefit. The other thing was, after hearing from licensees, there have been some issues in their hiring processes, because they will offer employment and ultimately a prospective employee decides that they do not wish to continue employment at those establishments. And they've already, committed,
Exactly.
paid the fees, so on and so
RVP,
forth, and they're just left on, you're left in limbo carrying the bill for someone who does not want to work there anymore. So I spoke then about the benefits for both licensee and prospective employees, I'm sorry. And that is why I talked about the fact that the registration cards should follow the agent. But that was based off of now years of conversations. I do agree with that, but I also hear Chair Stebbins, because I think there are elements to it that takes some more sifting through to make sure that it is a seamless rollout. And I can see that getting a little bit more complicated. And then the other thing I'll just restate it, is the financial implications. I know that for some people, the fee might not be substantial. It might be insignificant, but then there are others who want to get involved, who want to work in this industry, and the fee may be a barrier. So I also want to acknowledge that and figure out if there's a way that we can rectify those concerns as well.
And that piece, you know, is something that I've weighed. I don't want to create that unfair landscape. You know, if I don't have $115 for the agent registration, if I don't have the money to take the RVT training, you know, am I being left behind? Knowing that, but to your point, knowing that employer usually picks up that cost. I know they take a risk when they're offering employment to somebody and picking up those costs because somebody, to your point, tomorrow said, yeah, you're really not the best employer. I'm going to go someplace else. And by the way, I think there's a whole conversation for us to have. And this is part of it, of that agent registration, I lose my job. I think, and this does get to the bigger point of how can I take that agent? We don't want to lose people in the industry.
Mhm.
So if I've gone through the process with one employer, that employer closes. It's always been my mind that I shouldn't necessarily have to go through that agent registration piece to get picked up by a new employer.
That's right.
This bakes down to
It's a,
having the registration following the individual. So again, I do feel that's an issue we should try to address. My comments at our last public meeting, thinking through social consumption, is let's address the immediate need of, I'm already an agent, I'm already working for somebody, they're adding licenses, I should not have to go through the process of, or the employer should not have to go through the process of paying for additional agent registration still for that same person. And then I do want to have that bigger conversation, whether it's now, if we can find a meaningful solution, or whether it's, you know, it's, as we've talked about, having to have, you know, potentially a regulatory round the latter half of this year, trying to think it through for the latter half of this year. But Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
thank you, and I appreciate all that. And Commissioner Concepcion, you had mentioned last time about, for instance, a professional credential, your law license, and that employees reimburse for that. So we could take a similar approach. After 60 days employment, employer must reimburse the employee. I feel that this is only a partial fix if we just say, okay, one badge for all your entities, because what about the folks, the MEs, the social equity MEs that have one facility, and that doesn't really help them. And so I think if we could, and I'll volunteer myself to work with our DGC and our licensing team, I think we should really just go in and fix it for the greater good. And it doesn't dissolve the problem if I work for a small ME, they go out, I got to go through all these hoops again. The employer does, and the employee both have to go through hoops again. And so I'm of the notion, let's just fix it completely as opposed to putting a Band-Aid.
Point well taken. And obviously, I think, as I said the other day, there's some bigger conversations I still want to have around RVT and that whole process as part of the agent registration piece, because I would like to see RVT be more of a professional development track as opposed to, I don't want to say a burden, but this thing every agent needs to do every year. And, you know, we should be giving them potentially some additional tools to help build their career as they're going through that training requirement process. ED, Kevin?
This is just general feedback as well for the approach would be any leeway we can leave in terms of the future iterations of badging and agent registration from a technology perspective would be good. Obviously, there's some restrictions based on statute, but that's just one thought. I have the same feedback on the medical side, which is some of this has physical costs of producing things where, you know, future IT solutions that may work for the regulator and the industry work, that those be considered if we can add a little flexibility.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Commissioner.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'm intrigued by that mechanism that you mentioned. 60 days, and then the requirement that it be reimbursed. I would be curious to get a legal analysis, just to figure out how feasible that would be. But I like the way that you're thinking. I'm in agreement.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
now that it's been discussed with the board, I think that there's a few different topics of interest from each commissioner. And so now that you've discussed it, I can work offline with everyone individually and come up with the next draft. Again, we're looking to submit another draft for that July conversation towards the end of the month. So we do have to be pretty quick with our amendments here, but I look forward to getting into it offline with you.
Sure.
And from our director of licensing, it's super important we hear, because your team processes these, correct? So you're critical in this as well.
Yeah, I obviously open it up to any folks from our INE team, any thoughts, comments you want to offer? We'll just all look at Olivia and those terms are like.
So I think these are all great ideas, obviously for the board's contemplation. As you know, we have concerns about the suitability aspect of these agents just traveling from establishment to establishment. So that's something that's that we're keeping in the back of our mind. The other thing is, it would obviously, bandwidth wise, it would be helpful for my team because it would be essentially lowering the number of applications that we have to process. So definitely that's something I am in support of. But yeah, definitely, I think having legal do a little bit further analysis into the suitability aspect of, the matter, if the license follows the agent across, from establishment to establishment, and what happens in that between time, like if they, commit some sort of suitability issue that would implicate our tables, is that on the agent to inform the new establishment that they're going to, or just, just all the ramifications of that?
Thank you.
Mhm.
It's always helpful to hear your perspective for things like this. Tell me what happens currently. So if there is an agent who's working for a facility, something pops up, how is that reported? What happens?
So currently, it would be reported in the agent application. So whoever is filling that out, they would fill out the information, and then we would review it on our end. We would then refer to the enforcement council, and then they do their own analysis. And then Tim, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but that's usually how we come across the suitability issues.
That time in between, if they already have the card, there's no
So I guess, are you asking if they were to move to a new establishment?
I'm saying they're already hired.
Yep.
They already have their agent registration.
Yep.
Something happens, they commit some
They
crazy crime.
They're supposed to, inform us. That's part of, one of the regulatory requirements. They're supposed to keep us informed of any new suitability issues that arise. Yeah.
Okay.
So just to add on to what Director Cole was articulating. So right now, I think just as a matter of practice, it kind of is a dual responsibility. But if you're looking at our regulations, so under, like, for example, 500-801 is that's the section that contains suitability table A, which applies to applicants, licensees, and persons or entities having direct or indirect control. But this language is replicated throughout the other suitability sections. But if you look under subsection 3 there, that notes that licensees and registered agents must remain suitable at all times they are registered with the commission. There is some language in there that discusses or says an individual subject to this section shall notify the commission in writing of any charge or conviction of an offense that would result in a presumptive negative suitability or basically anything that might implicate that. So our regulations do put the onus on the individual that is subject to it, but what we've seen in practice, because, and Director Cole will definitely correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding of what we've seen in practice is that because the agents don't apply for their own registration, the licensee applies on their behalf. Oftentimes that is communicated through the licensee. And we're oftentimes seeing that when the agent is getting re-registered, if there's another background check that is run and this information comes to light, I do think that with some folks that are agents might not necessarily have as intimate of an understanding of each of the suitability tables. They've also changed recently. So I know when that change happened, we were still getting some kind of lingering issues. And since then, that's kind of corrected itself. But to really answer your question, the regulations put the onus on the individual. However, what we see in practice is that it's oftentimes communicated through the licensee because they are the ones that apply and actually register their agents or register on behalf of the agents.
That was my understanding, is that it was currently on the individual, and that usually, my understanding, usually it's not flagged until that renewal time of renewal. So I guess I'm trying to sort of understand what you were saying, Director Colwell, because of how our current regulations are.
So they are supposed to inform us as soon as it happens. It's not supposed to wait until the renewal of the application.
I understand
If I'm wrong, but yeah, it's
in reality.
right. They're supposed to inform us as soon as it happens. So yeah, it's not waiting, because right now, especially for those that are renewing every 3 years, we wouldn't want them waiting 3 years to inform us of some suitability matter.
I understand that, but then that individual has to also notify their employer. So they're already doing the reporting, is what I'm getting around to. Like, it's still the individual who has to relay that.
Yeah, self-reporting is what. Right.
Yes, essentially that's what should be happening. Yes.
So then I guess I'm still not, I still don't.
To my question, okay, so my, I guess from an INE's perspective, what we are thinking about, so, let's say I'm an agent, I work for licensee X, I stop working there, and then, 60 days go by and I'm just gonna go to the next establishment and be like, look, I'm already an agent. But something happened in between and I'm not gonna disclose that. And what I'm saying is usually currently, whenever you go to a new establishment, you would run a new background check. The licensee would run a new background check on you and stuff would be discovered. But it's possible that, right now people would go say, well, I already have this agent, it's active. You don't need to run a new background check on me. I'm all set. So that's kind of more the concern. But again, it would be helpful to have, legal analysis, because the onus is ultimately, like Tim said, it is on, the individual to report and the licensee to then report to us. So, you can look at it both ways.
The way you just broke that down, now I completely understand. Thank you.
No problem. And I did have one other piece of kind of something to contemplate for the board is regarding fees. So right now for adult use, they are $115. And we know labs also have to pay the $35 fingerprinting fee. As we know, for MTCs are $500. So that is quite a big difference, in prices. And we hear that a lot, the $500 is a hefty, it's a hefty fee. I see Commissioner Roy has.
The 500 was the carryover from when DPH had the program and moved it over to.
Right.
Okay.
And even, if you were to add up, let's say, it's because it's for 3, it's vertically integrated, so it's cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail. If you were to equitably match it up to adult use, it would be 115 times 3, which would be 345. It still wouldn't be, near 500.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cole. How long do the background checks take?
They are being run by the licensees, so we're not sure, and we're not sure who they choose to. So they're supposed to have them done within 30 days of application, like agent application.
No, we can still keep that portion in place.
So you're saying they would still run your background check when they switch
If we
to?
deem- Because if suitability is a concern, we
Sure.
can keep that.
Yeah, that's definitely, up to the board. I mean,
They're,
Yeah.
they're paying for them, they're running them, they're paying for them.
the licensee is,
Yeah.
the licensee is, yeah.
When I say they, I mean. the
Yeah,
licensee.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I do have a question. As treasurer, when I go through the reports with our CFAO, I noticed that we do pay for background checks. Is there any instance we subsidize that for, because, and if so, why? And I know we pay background checks for employees. I'm just curious if we do that practice, why we do it and who authorized that, I guess.
Not to my knowledge, we, whenever for example, for the people that are listed on the license, they pay for their own background check. It has to be conducted through us and through our CSI vendor, but I don't know any instance where we subsidize. We would have to check with finance.
Sure. Something that you probably need to follow up with the parents. The historical context of background related to your question, so we wouldn't be able to opine on that.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's obviously a requirement somebody has to go through to work. If a director, when you and I had a conversation, thinking through our piece of the agent registration, you said your team's got it down to 5 or 6 days to approve a new agent registration.
Yep. Often we try even faster because as we know, we want to try to get people, going into work as soon as possible. So we try to make it closer to 2 to 3 days, but sometimes, depending on the backlog.
Director Koval, you raised a legitimate public safety concern. I'm glad that you flagged that because when I was thinking through and following the agent, just the understanding of how the dynamics of the background checks when they occur, and they do cost money. It does cost money to have a background check.
Yep.
And I can see, if one of the incentives for hiring an agent who already has their card is, okay, I don't have to do this, then why would I?
Right.
That's a really, now I'm sharing that concern just based off of what you said. And then I was going through the list of benefits of what we were proposing, having someone who's completed RBT training, having someone who's already paid the fees for that agent registration card, someone who's already gone through a background check. But from what we've discussed so far, we're talking about potentially no longer having someone completing that background check.
Correct.
So that benefit is removed. Having the licensees reimbursed, so the fee payment at the onset is also removed. So now I'm, unfortunately, I know we wanted to get to a consensus here, but that's made me kind of refrain from my support in this direction now. Because that is very valid.
And there are definitely, many pieces to this. The other piece that I think we had flagged was, for example, let's say I'm establishment X, so I'm going to pay the initial background check and the application fee, and you're the agent, and then that means the next establishment gets it all for free. So, it's that's a very valid, I can picture there being some discontent around that.
And obviously there's there's a risk to any employer bringing somebody on that has to pay a bunch of upfront fees.
Right.
Yeah, they're putting in risk, but hopefully they've done their due diligence. I think that you're the right person for them to hire, so they'll go through that expense. But with always the risk of they have a lousy first week and they're like, I'm out of here and I'm gonna go someplace else. I don't want to micromanage the marketplace around employment, maybe too much to that degree, but.
I think if the major public safety concern is around the background checks and we are able to keep that provision in place, that the ME will run even though they're certified as
Mhm.
registered agent, upon employment, they will run a fresh background check. I think that should alleviate that concern. Unless you can think of anything else.
So they would then inform us, provide an attestation that.
An attestation, exactly.
If I may, Acting Chair, I thought the whole idea here was to, you know, it was, from the beginning of the conversation, even the conversations that we had with Acting Chair related to this was related to cost, having to save money, right? So having them run another background check, as Commissioner Concepcion mentioned in this meeting, and we also stated the same before, is that how then is it going to offset the cost if now they have to run another background check? Doesn't it go against the grain of the, what the board is trying to do here to ensure that they can at least save money from having to always have a different, different agent, it's different agent registration card for every different employer that they have. I think that's something that we would all have to consider as well. So what is the cost of running a background check? And I think pursuant to CHRI policies related to background checks, there's also an annual requirement. It's not just every 3 years. I think there is a requirement that every year you have to do, conduct a background check. So those are the kind of things that you also have to think about in terms of, does it really serve the purpose of what the board is trying to do if in fact now they have to run another background check when they move to a different employer, even with that card?
So are you proposing an attestation and then do the on the year as they're required to do?
I think what I'm proposing is that I think there needs to be more research in terms of costs, right? Before the board can make a decision about this, I think will be helpful to see what will be the costs that will be associated with conducting a background check for every instance that an agent moved to a different employer. And then what is the actual cost of, the current cost of this, and seeing what the disparities are before you can all make a decision, so that you have an informed decision about the actual costs related to this. And then we also have to keep in mind is that, there's been discussions about digitalization. This is something that the commission is interested in. And that comes with its own cost as well related to this. So I think we need to be mindful of that, because public safety is really important, because the gap in employment, there's a lot of other things that could happen between that time and until the person is hired to work for a different, establishment. But I think it's important to see what the cost will be, because one of the things is that we don't want it to be a situation where a decision is made to move towards the direction of what you're talking about, and then we have the industry come back to us and saying, wait, this is actually costing us more going in that direction.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I guess I'm confused how it would cost more, because no matter what, for every new employee, they have to run a background check currently. So I don't see how it could go up, but I hear your point that if the goal is to alleviate burdens and challenges and barriers to entry, I do hear that. So we do need to look at those impacts. I was also, as treasurer, thinking of the impacts, financial impacts of the agency currently, printing multiple plastic cards for multiple locations is a burdensome cost. Your staff, think about the manpower and man hours to go through all of these. So I'm looking at that as a positive impact as well as reduction in plastic, and eventually go to digitization is the goal. But I just think the current structure is highly impractical. It's not economically feasible, and it doesn't promote or encourage participation. I think it does the opposite. It discourages participation. So if there's a way to look at those impacts, and if there's a way to, obviously, we're not going to do anything to jeopardize public safety, but if there's a way to reconcile the two, I think everyone would, the agency and the industry would benefit if we're able to do this.
If I may, yes, Commissioner, we agree with all that, but I think, going back to the point of cost, it will be helpful for the board to actually see what the impact is related to cost of all those steps. That way you all can be able to, based on that information, you can all be able to make an informed decision of whether this is, in fact, something that the commission should be considering and, also it's fear to go that direction, right? So we all agree that this will definitely be helpful because right now it is burdensome, not just internally, but it's also burdensome externally. But there are other gaps there that I think need to be considered, or that the board needs to consider before making this decision.
ED, you had your hand up, go ahead.
I was just going to say for the minutes, that the Director of Government Affairs mentioned a special policy report and draft that should be available by the time you take this back up. I think to the CIE's point as well, before, final decisions will be made, financial analysis of the impacts to the agency, to the industry, would be included within that discussion. So I think that, certainly is some work that needs to be done on that. And if there is a concern that we couldn't get that to the commissioners in time, I'll share that with the commissioners as we move forward.
Yep, Commissioner.
To the ED through the chair, do you think the best path forward as myself as treasurer to work with our CFAO and our fund, like what is to get that information?
I think what might be coming for consideration for commissioners as we move forward here, I would want to specifically look at any of those considerations for cost. And so the CFAO and yourself as a treasurer could be involved in that for the benefit of the full commission as we go back to the next public meeting.
So yourself, CFAO, myself, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Deputy JC, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think part of my job here is to try to move the conversation, and where I see consensus, I'll try to acknowledge it, and then we can
Take it.
so I'm sorry if it gets annoying, but I think we have a lot to discuss today, so I'm gonna try. I'm sorry.
No, thank you for that. I think the one comment I do want to make is in that information that's being developed now that we will eventually receive, it will be helpful to not only have a cost benefit analysis of the proposal that we've just discussed in terms of the individual agent carrying the card, but also with Chair Stebbins' suggestion as well, because from what I'm gathering from our conversation, and this is without any background information and looking at those numbers, that might be more of a cost saving way forward is in your recommendation that the card still remain with the entities and not having to have so many cards for each individual agent. So I just wanted to make sure we get both so we can see sort of a side by side, seeing, if it's with the individual versus with the entity as proposed by Chair Stebbins.
What I would like, Mike, Deputy GC, if you allow me. So again, kind of where we started this conversation was, if I work for one employer, I only need that one agent registration. Especially as we think of, obviously, we're addressing it now because we're about to have more licenses in our social consumption framework, but this will have industry impacts already for people that companies that have 1 or 2 or 3 or up to 8 licenses, 9 licenses. So that was kind of the immediate fix I wanted to take care of. As I'm hearing the discussion, I think Director Coble raised an interesting point we might look at, which is the cost. And there's a little bit of inequity with our friends on the medical side of the program. And that just seems to be, we inherited and we just kind of left it there and haven't really had an opportunity to come back and look at it. I think the other thing we do want to, and it sounds like it's going to take some work and some homework, is if in this current social consumption promulgation process, whether we can do the bigger process of allowing the individual to pursue the agent registration and allow that to travel with them. So if I kind of parsed it up into 3 next steps as it relates to that.
I agree.
Okay.
Can we make one more comment?
Of course.
I promise you, I'll make one more comment.
No.
And it's because Director Cobalt has my wheel spinning, but I wanted to make sure to highlight those suitability concerns because originally my line of thinking was this will assist in those concerns, but what you've brought to the table in the conversation today is that it might actually have an adverse impact. So that was sort of the crux of my line of thinking for this traveling with the individual, and it now I'm not where it was. Thank you.
And obviously the last piece of this conversation we were having is while we're in there, is everybody in agreement that we should make the ITL change to give them the same opportunity to rejoin 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we move past that one. All right, Mike, do you want to take us to the next topic?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This topic was raised at our, during our last social consumption discussion. So this is the alcohol interaction with our establishments. And this can mostly be found under 500 141 4C. But throughout the regs, the question is whether there can be outside of our premises, alcohol being served at either an event or a location. The way that it's written right now, there would still need to be a barrier. And again, outside of our premises for these establishments. But the question to you all is, can that event that's going on or in the hospitality space in, you know, another room or different part of the building, whether alcohol can be served?
So this is under 141 4C. And again, essentially the question is whether alcohol is allowed outside of the ME's premises, but perhaps at the same establishment or event. We have obviously established our policy, and this is a carryover from the original reg work that was done, that within our licensed premises of an MBA, no sale or use of alcohol or tobacco products is allowed. As we've gone through our work and lots of hypotheticals or examples or scenarios, the question has come up of outside of where we have jurisdiction at an event or at a facility, would we allow alcohol and tobacco consumption to happen essentially in an adjacent space? There's both try to think of this, and I've thought of it this way. If we look at the hospitality license, and I have a big banquet hall, and I'm able to divide the banquet hall up into cannabis social consumption space on one side of a wall, and on the other side of the wall is alcohol and tobacco. Envision that scenario is one of the hypotheticals. The other hypothetical that's been given to us is there's a pop-up, temporary consumption area, let's say in a big local community event, festival, whatever. And we know at the other side of the event is a beer garden outside of our jurisdiction, but still happening at the same time our establishment has been licensed up. So the question that we need some policy direction for the working group is, we know where our jurisdiction starts and stops. The question is, if we know that there is alcohol and tobacco use going on in an adjacent space or adjacent premises, would we want to allow our social consumption licensee to operate at the same time? And Deputy GC, if I just gave a muddled example or I'm on Coey, let me know.
The only clarification I would make is that the statute bans us from allowing consumption or sales of tobacco in our premises. And again, that's not the question before you. It's just related to alcohol, which you have the regulatory discretion to allow. And again, just for the public, we are not advocating for inclusion in our premises or in our establishments. This is simply outside at an event or in one location, whether it can be on the other side of the building.
And acting chair, because I wasn't part of the working group, I wanted to know if you had any input or had a perspective that came from the law enforcement community.
I think what we have heard from the public safety community, and we haven't walked through kind of these hypotheticals with them, what we have said on the premises that we regulate, there will be no tobacco sales and there will be no alcohol. Now, you could find yourself in a situation where our licensed establishment is next to a brick and mortar bar. Certainly, that becomes a local zoning issue. I think where we have gotten some feedback and interest is to what our RDT training is going to look like for an agent working in a social consumption establishment to recognize that alcohol impairment if somebody steps into the premises. But beyond that, our jurisdiction is kind of limited. Our only thought being under one roof, under one premises, where our licensee may own both spaces. If you look at that hospitality model, do we want to allow alcohol to be served and consumed at the same time? Or at a bigger festival, as an example, and we have a regulated social consumption tent, patio, what have you, would we allow that if we know there's a beer tent at the other end of the property?
Thank you.
So, and again, trying to get some definition to that. So to answer your question, that's what I've shared with public safety officials that we've talked to. I think when we land on a policy position and put this out for that official comment, I fully expect we'll hear from mass chiefs and mass major city chiefs. That's how we've described it to them at this point. Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go through the states, and there's only like 2 states that permit alcohol on site on some level. So Alaska, alcohol cannot be sold or consumed on site. California, alcohol cannot be sold or consumed on site. Colorado, alcohol cannot be sold or consumed on site. Illinois, alcohol cannot be served. Maryland, alcohol cannot be sold or consumed on site. Michigan permits it. A license must be partitioned from any other businesses, including any serving alcohol. Missouri is unclear. Their regs are still being finalized. Minnesota allowed at lower potency retailers, but not micro businesses, cannot serve a customer both alcohol and cannabis. Nevada, alcohol cannot be sold or consumed on site. New Jersey, alcohol cannot be served. New Mexico, alcohol cannot be served. So it looks like Michigan is the only one.
Commissioner Roy, is there a definition of what on-site means there?
Well, each license type is different depending on the state. So for instance, Alaska, there's on-site endorsements for retail dispensaries. Localities may opt in and license, can only allow smoking if the retail is freestanding. So each license, they're like snowflakes, like no 2 are exactly alike. California retail licenses can be allowed by localities to allow on-site use. Localities may opt in and license. Also issues temporary events licenses for on-site. Colorado, 2 types of marijuana hospitality, bring your own, and ones that can sell cannabis.
The reason why I asked is because without knowing what that means, I don't think that runs counter to what's being proposed today.
The definition of on-site.
Right.
Exactly.
To your point, Commissioner, I would argue that it is not on site right now. So yeah, we would say that right now we are not allowing for on-site consumption of alcohol.
It goes back to our defined premises where we have authority. The question becomes, I'm a license, I have a hospitality license, I have a large building, I've subdivided it up. CCC, you really only have concern or authority over this portion of the space. But I'm doing a wedding, not everybody wants to consume cannabis at the wedding, so I have a bar a separate part of the premises, which again, we don't really have authority over, that wants to serve alcohol.
A separate part of the establishment. Or
Separate part of the
you
establishment.
can't say premises because we're saying it as a defined term of art here, sorry.
No, thank you for that. Commissioner?
So we have the authority to say separate parts of the premises. You can't commingle alcohol and cannabis on site, but we have no authority to say a person that's over in this tent can't go to that tent. We don't have the authority to do that.
Other than we can say, we are not going to approve that licensed space for cannabis, knowing that there's alcohol consumption in the area, basically.
And that's what the question we're contemplating. Yeah.
Director Pinkowski, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to get clarity on some of the states that Commissioner Roy was referencing. When you were reading the does not allow on-site, were those specifically for like brick and mortar social consumption? I'm gonna use.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Was it for like festivals, events, et cetera?
It was both on some of them. So I'll put it, because each one has its own descriptor of what it looks like, brick and mortar. So let me just put this in the chat for everybody and they can kind of look at it.
Go ahead, Chief Judge.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. We have been thinking about this since our discussions, right? When we're talking about whether there should be a barrier or not, if there's alcohol. But we don't have any enforcement concerns at all related to this. It's standard, it's pretty standard that you'll find alcohol. Most of these, if they say you're at an event, people would want to have a preference of whether they choose to either have alcohol or they want to have cannabis or not. Our biggest thing, just like everything else, will be clear jurisdiction in terms of, if anything related to cannabis, that's our jurisdiction. Anything related to alcohol, that's ABCC. And then also will be up to the, I think here, this is where we can rely on the ED in terms of the municipalities. They would really have small, I think, sort of a say, in terms of how that should work in conjunction with the ABCC in terms of how things are right now, right? So, for example, if there's a farmers market event and then they wanted to also have alcohol, how does it work right now? But I think for us, we are at a point where for enforcement, we don't have any concerns if the board had to decide to go that route. And I think as a matter of fact, it would make it more lucrative as a business to, allow alcohol sales as well, as long as there's clear distinction of who has jurisdiction over what.
Thank you, Chief. Philip, I see you with your hand up.
Yeah, can you all hear me fine?
Yep.
Perfect. I just wanted to sort of reframe the question because I feel like we're using terms of art and everything. When we're saying premises, we're referring to what we can regulate, our little box. And I think what the question we're really asking is between the CCC's box at like a big space and the ABCC's box over within that same big space, there's a neutral area in between, which neither of us really have authority over. Now, people might mix between those two. So the question is if we know that in that neutral space between, regardless of what kind of neutral space that is, it can be a concert, it can be whatever. If we know that that is occurring, are we going to say that you can't have cannabis in a space where there is this ABCC box over here? Or are we going to allow these to coexist with that neutral space between them? I'm not sure if that was too abstract, but I'm trying to get to the 3,000-foot view here.
Yeah, and for me, I don't think it's about that necessarily that neutral space. I think for me is, would we license a premises that for social consumption of cannabis if we knew either adjacent, whether it's right next door on the other side of a wall, or whether it's, 50 yards away at a festival, would we license what we have the ability to license if we know the alcohol consumption piece is going on? And again, it does get down to this kind of minute level of, would we license a social consumption space, even though it just happens to be located next to a sports bar, a brick and mortar facility? I draw a distinction between that versus somebody who's like, I have one big facility, you have a corner which the CCC controls, but by the way, I have a bar on the other side of the wall or at the other side of the property. Would we license our space knowing that the alcohol consumption was going on adjacent to it? So, Commissioner.
Okay, I hear you, and I am looking at the practicality, economic feasibility. And I always bring up Tanglewood, right? They sell beer and wine, you BYOB, someone wants to have a tent in the big fields, that's social consumption. But for our supplemental, so for the brick and mortar supplemental, Kim Roy's Cannabis, freestanding brick and mortar, but the beer mobile parks in my lot or the lot. How does that work? So they have the wine and beer food trucks now.
Right.
How does that affect that license type?
On the supplemental, if supplemental is Kim's Cannabis as a consumption space attached to the existing facility. And you're telling me Kim's Cannabis wants to have a beer truck pull up in the parking lot?
Well, say I don't own them, I rent.
Yeah.
And the landlord wants to have a beer and wine truck pull up there. I guess that's the landlord's prerogative, but they could commingle. I can leave Kim's Cannabis, go get a beer and wine, come. So I'm saying, I don't know what we can and can't control. To Phil's point, we can only control what's in the box.
We can control what's in the box, and we control where to license that box, right?
Mhm.
Depending on any number of factors, and, maybe the location of alcohol consumption is a piece of it, but I don't think that moves us off of where we clearly have the authority.
Mhm.
But it's a question of, would we license that space? If we knew. Now, if we license the space and subsequent to that, the property owner puts a beer truck out in the parking lot that we don't have authority over, I don't think there's anything we
No, there's nothing we can
necessarily could do to limit that.
That's right.
Thank you, Chair Stebbins. Chief Jones, thank you for giving us the perspective from I&E's side of things, because that was a question that I was going to ask your way, what those thoughts were. I realize we're also talking about an issue that may be more of a municipal zoning issue as well. So I'm thinking through the way that we write this language, just so that we're not overly restrictive in terms of what municipalities can put in place. So I'm just thinking this and thinking out loud, just to add that, my 2 cents on that front, because when we're talking, there's nothing to say, technically speaking, if there's a cannabis establishment that's located right next door or a few doors away from a bar or a restaurant that serves alcohol, you're sort of dealing with that same, you cannot prohibit someone from walking into one establishment and then traveling down to the one next door. So just in understanding that, I understand our own limitations, but also the ability for municipalities to develop their own restrictions and rules around the proximity.
Commissioner, go ahead, and then CD.
Chief Jones, a question that was posed to me by a licensee, a picture licensee having 4 floors or 3 floors. Is it permissible, or could you envision a scenario where the second floor is cannabis and the third floor is alcohol? Because this legitimately is a scenario.
Yeah, I can envision that. It's possible because then there could be an argument that between the two floors, there's some sort of the separation there or some sort of a barrier. And I think it goes to the point that Commissioner Concepcion just made in terms of if the commission had to go, this direction, we need to talk about, set it, come up with a specific criteria, which we were talking about before, the barriers, the proximity and all different types of things that we have to think about. Because given the example that was just provided here, it seems like this is all really applicable to all license types. It's not just going to be specific
right.
for events.
Exactly.
Right? And then, okay, so assuming that's the direction, why would we want to limit the opportunities of our industry, of our businesses to be able to be next to a sports bar? We don't want to do that. Wherever they can find space, and it so happens that that's where the space is, and it so happens it's next to a bar, let's not, get in the way of them being able to get in, an establishment just because there's going to be alcohol next door. And I think the key thing is we sort of need to think about it that way to make this more lucrative and, attractive. I don't think we really, we already know who is jurisdiction over what. The ABCC has jurisdiction over alcohol. We have jurisdiction over cannabis. The municipalities are going to be involved, and then and I think actually this will be a good thing for us to, work closely with the ABCC as well. And because at some point, whether we do it now or later, there's going to be a point where alcohol and cannabis are in the same space, right? So maybe this could be a starting point to be able to do that. But again, from an enforcement point of view, because that's what it comes down to, we know what our areas are that we need to focus on for compliance, and we're not seeing it being an issue for alcohol to be, around a vicinity where there's cannabis. We don't see an issue with that.
Agreed. However, to Phil's, Attorney Shreffler's point, the premises is what I'm talking about, the premises. There's 3 floors. First floor is retail, second floor is social consumption, and third floor is alcohol. We regulate the premises, and there will be alcohol in the premises. That's my question.
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Roy, I think when Commissioner, this did come up with Commissioner Kamago, if I do recall, where she did mention that, in fact, when they took a tour, I forget where they've gone, there was that type of a setup. And I am saying, regardless whether it's premises, we want to go with the definition of premises that we have or not, we do not see any enforcement concerns for us, even if that was the setup in terms of 3 floors.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a separation there. You have first floor where you have cannabis, third floor, you have alcohol there. I'm not seeing a concern there. And then I think the key thing is, maybe the question will be, okay, who's doing the sales? If that was the question that I'm being asked, in terms of who's going to be selling alcohol or something like that, then, if we want to make that distinction, that's the conversation. But in terms of having 3 different floors, based on that scenario, I don't see any enforcement concerns that we have related to that.
I know.
There's nothing for us.
I just have one quick follow-up. I guess, and I agree with you, but from an enforceability standpoint, so if I have, let's use the famous red Solo cup on the alcohol floor, and I have infused mocktails in red Solo cups on the second floor, how can you tell?
How would we be able to tell the distinction between the two?
That it's not commingled. I stick it in my purse, I go down the floor, I pull out my red Solo cup, both, how can you enforce that? How can you tell?
Well, I always like your scenarios because you always take it to the next level or think, outside the box. But to be honest with you, if an adult decides to do that, we're not going to be in a situation whereby we're looking at every single, patron or, or attendee to say, okay, what are they putting things in their bags or not? I think what we need to go is to go back to the point of sale. Is that, okay, when I went into the cannabis area, what did I purchase? That's what we stick to. And if it's a situation where you decide to do something else upstairs, that's what that is. But I think we need to also from a practical standpoint of view, I'm still not seeing what the compliance concerns will be there, even if that was a scenario or if that was the situation. I'm not seeing it.
ED, Kevin. Then I see you, Philip.
I was just going to add, or kind of go back, I think on the level within the same business scenario, I think the CIE's response was accurate. I think in a lot of those instances, I've seen some of those, the greatest bar near the Celtics games comes to mind. As you know, there is control levels of different security on each of those levels. So there's lots of business decisions, as well as a municipality is going to have a role in how they want that in licensing it to operate and getting feedback from the CCC. So I think the CIE's response, you know, there is multiple layers on top of what we're talking about here, which is the municipality, the business decisions. Going back to the municipality's role and business decisions as it relates to, let's say, a field, right? So it's a 2-acre field for some type of event. They're going to go through a 1-day liquor license permit or some type of license with the ABCC on serving alcohol. The ABCC is also going to have various protocols that the alcohol is going to go through. The municipality is going to have to approve and understand what that model looks like. If it's a 2-acre field, it's bifurcated on this end is going to be alcohol. They're going to have how is the section of the alcohol, how is that being differentiated, right? It might be ropes, it might be a variety of different things, there might be a beer tent. There's going to be tip certification requirement that the municipality is going through with the vendor and the ABCC. So I think the question that I'm understanding is, if we're going to say that entire field, that 2 acres, it can't have alcohol, then it's saying the business model has to be entirely run on cannabis, which I think we all agree probably is going to limit. And so the question is really on the other side, we're going to go through similar types of protocols. I think the other differentiating factor here is also, just like on the alcohol side with tip certified bartenders, is going to be, there may be within this 2-acre event, somebody who goes to the beer tent, leaves the beer area, and then goes to the cannabis section. And within that, we're talking about RVT training, sort of the equivalent, you know, of what tip certification means to the ABCC in allowing a 1-day liquor license. And so within that, again, those are things that can go into the municipality's considerations, our considerations here, the security measures for the event itself, and how those tents are being operated. So I think that's how in the brick and mortar with multiple levels and separating them, there are ways in which that can happen, because again, the premises of what would be within the CCC's area would be that level that is serving cannabis, not the level that has alcohol, as long as those are separated and we can sort of demonstrate all of the different ways in which those are cordoned off that we talked about at previous meetings. And then in the field scenario, again, the ABCC has their protocols for alcohol. And if we have the similar, which we've discussed for cannabis, the question is, within that entire field, is there room for both? Or are we saying, no, there's not room for alcohol to be in that event? Therefore, that event organizer has to consider it only a cannabis event. So that's how I've been viewing it.
Philip, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my point on premises, because it's easy to get misunderstood. The way that we're using it as a term of art here is detached from the property line or any concept of that. So this can be it's just a box of free floating space. So it could be 5 stories up if you were in a skyscraper or something. So like the example you drew, it for our purposes, the second floor that has cannabis is a premises unto itself. That's the area we're regulating. That's the one we're concerned about. That's the premises for us. Even though if 2 floors up, there's also alcohol, that's not a premises the way we're using it. So it's, while for a lot of establishments, the property line may also be the same as the premises that we're using, they aren't, one does not equal the other. It's just premises could be that. It could also be much smaller than that space. It's just, where does the CCC exercise jurisdiction? And it's over that box, however that ends up being defined in whatever space or building or location it exists within. That was the definition I was trying to use.
Thank you, Philip. I think Deputy GC, go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly, and Commissioner Roy, your hypotheticals are entirely dependent on what the premises is listed on in the application, so it's hard to give you a direct response to your hypothetical if we don't have that information. So, and also, to the ED's point, the municipality can be more restrictive where they cite them. So that is, I hope doesn't get lost in this conversation. If they don't want it right next door, if they don't want it in the same event, they're going to restrict it through their local zoning processes.
If I can, I think to wrap up and again, give some direction for the working group on this. It seems to be that we're mindful of what we can regulate in our own space and cannot really dictate what might be happening outside of our space. Are you okay with it? Or do you have a
Well, I
thought?
want to remind folks of the bulletin that was issued on May 29, 2024 from the Department of Public Health, MDAR, the ABCC. Please be advised it's unlawful to manufacture, sell food or beverages containing hemp, CBD, and or THC. Supplies to alcohol and non-alcoholic beverages. These products must be taken off the shelf immediately. Any licensee found in violation of importing, manufacturing, transporting, selling, and possessing on its licensed premises food and or beverages containing hemp-derived CBD and or THC faces potential suspension or revocation of its license. So are we in conflict? We have to be mindful of this, and are we? And so the point, I guess, when someone could bring the cup into the next level, that is in conflict with this advisory. So that's all. I don't want anybody to lose their license either. This is to protect the licensees as well. So.
Go ahead, Jay.
Commissioner Roy, can we see the language that you're referring to?
Sure, I'll drop it in the.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, no.
I just,
Deputy GC, go ahead.
Commissioner, to your point, these are two separate jurisdictions. So I'm having trouble understanding your hypothetical with respect to the.
Exactly. And how do we enforce it that they stay two separate jurisdictions? And so that's my point on enforceability. So we don't want anyone to jeopardize their liquor license or their license from the CCC. And I guess, we mandate clear cups so we know what's it. I'm just saying, I don't want anyone to jeopardize their license I dropped the advisory in the chat.
Sorry, just to respond, before they enter the premises, they would have to be ID'd by security. So
That's not my point.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. So in order for them to get into a consumption area to consume cannabis, they'd have to go through our security. So if they had a cup of alcohol, that wouldn't be allowed to be entered into our premises.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm not fully understanding your concern.
I just want to make sure from an enforceability standpoint, we're able to enforce because you could jeopardize both licenses if if it's unable to be enforced.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Wright. I just want to make sure I'm understanding kind of the conversation as we're having it. So I know that this conversation kind of started as it related to events and talking about at the same event, can alcohol be served at one tent and cannabis served at another tent? So in my mind, where I'm envisioning is something like Boston Calling, where there might be multiple tents.
Mm-hmm.
There's a large crowd of people. Some people might be more in favor of consuming cannabis while they're at the concert. Some people might be in favor of serving alcohol or consuming alcohol. This allows that option. Now we're kind of talking about a much more specific scenario. And I think there were a lot of questions like Deputy General Counsel alluded to, like the chief alluded to, in terms of are these floors owned by the same entity? Are there different entities? If we're talking about the strip mall example, where there's a consumption lounge and then there's a sports bar next door to each other, something along those lines. If we're talking about kind of the same entity that has multiple floors, something along those lines, I think that would need to also go into when you're talking about enforceability, when you're saying enforceability, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's kind of enforceability during the actual operation of that establishment. So I think enforceability or enforcing kind of if we're talking floor 2 is the cannabis floor, floor 3 is the alcohol floor, it's really up to the licensee to enforce whether or not alcohol is going to be brought from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, or whether cannabis products are going to be brought from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. We would not be there on a nightly basis to enforce that. And this is kind of, I'm thinking about kind of like going to a brewery. If they have an outdoor patio, there are signs that say no alcohol beyond this point. Like you can employ, or licensees could employ tactics that are similar to that, and they can enforce, or they can figure out kind of what policies or procedures they would want to employ to enforce no alcohol on either floor. The question about the premises, though, I think is an important point to kind of couch all of this in. When a licensee is applying for licensure, and I definitely defer to Director Pinkowski because her team handles the actual inspections through this process, but they would identify what is the premises, what activities are going to be performed in certain areas. There are limited access areas that we need to remember as well. So if we're talking about an entity where they're engaging in alcohol sales as well as cannabis sales, presumably all of their agents or all of their employees would have to be registered agents, unless, of course, they had agents that specifically worked on the cannabis floor. So we're delving into kind of a complex area where it's difficult to Mike's point, to kind of respond to every hypothetical scenario. But I do think it is like we've talked about, kind of look at, these are consenting adults, they're 21 plus, they're going in, they get to kind of make those decisions. So it seems to be there's kind of a conversation going beyond flexibility and kind of public safety on that. But when we're talking about enforceability, I just want to kind of draw us back to, we would have an ability to enforce certain violations after the fact, most likely. If this is on like if there's a violation on a Friday evening, our investigators are likely not going to be there. I can't predict the future necessarily. Maybe there would be unannounced inspections on a nightly basis. I know right now there were kind of certain elements that create difficulties there, but when we're talking about enforcement, I do think that after the fact, based on camera coverage requirements, agent requirements, certain limited access area requirements, stuff like that, we would potentially be able to enforce it. Although I think, just as we're talking about event licenses, as we're talking about these social consumption spaces generally, there are potential difficulties with enforceability just based off of kind of when we would be interacting with the potential violation. So that's kind of just, it's taking a lot of information, trying to wrap my thoughts around there as well, but I don't want us to confuse, or I don't want to get confused in terms of enforceability from our perspective versus what the licensee should be responsible for enforcing in real time. I think those are kind of two separate conversations. And if the licensee, if we have certain expectations and the licensee fails to uphold their obligations there, we could always take an enforcement action or some form of administrative action, whether that's a notice of deficiency, having the licensee correct that action and moving forward, or if it rises to a level where we'd want to institute a fine or suspension, something along those lines, we would be able to do that after the fact. So when the chief is talking about not seeing necessarily enforceability concerns, I think that might be what she's referring to.
And what I'm picking up from some of this, like my comments, is that creating, maybe this extends to your point, children, it's creating the barriers between spaces, right? So there is a clear line of what case we have jurisdiction and authority over versus, again, what the ABC has jurisdiction. But I think we need to be mindful in our regs of creating the barriers between space. Commissioner.
And I want to bring us back to the original question, 500-141-3E, because currently the language reads, social consumption establishment shall not sell alcohol. That's what I want to bring us back to. And right now it's completely prohibitionist, 100% the way it reads now. And what I'm saying is, and I'm not being prohibitionist, and I appreciate the perspective from I&E. I just want us to contemplate, because a lot of us are talking about the event. And so the event organizer. So I just want to be mindful of the supplemental in the hospitality, and I would never want to limit somebody's ability to open a shop next to a restaurant, a bar, or, but
the scenario I just wanted us to be mindful of, because there's multiple folks with this, a facility with multiple floors. And right now it says they shall not sell alcohol. So are we going the full other extreme? I want to bring us back to the original question, the original language, and I just wanted us to contemplate premises.
Director Benkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I guess to simply just respond to premises, for the purposes of my team, the premises, our licensee, they're not allowed to sell alcohol or have alcohol on site. So if they have a 4-floor building, and they designate the top floor as selling alcohol, for our purposes, the premises would not include the 4th floor. It would include the first floor, check-in, where they're selling marijuana, cultivating, manufacturing, handling marijuana. So those 3 floors for our purposes would be architectural review, structural change, our premises that we have jurisdiction and control over, that the licensee can exert reasonable control over, whatever the definition is in our regulations. If they chose to have a bar on the top floor where they're selling alcohol, that's where they would need their separate permits, licenses, process with ABCC, municipality, et cetera. Our licensees, if they can go between floors, would need to have policies, procedures in place to ensure no alcohol is brought downstairs, for example. So if I'm upstairs having a wine, I go downstairs to buy a vape and I'm holding a glass of wine, they shouldn't be allowed to bring that glass of wine in when they have their ID checked, when they're buying marijuana products, et cetera. In terms of what the top floor is going to limit, if I'm walking in with a vape, that's ABCC municipality's jurisdiction. So we can only limit what our marijuana floors are doing, and they would need to, have policies in place to make sure that people weren't knowingly bringing in product. As we've mentioned before, we're not recommending people have their bags searched, et cetera. So there is a certain level of people are adults. But the licensees would need to have something in place, security wise, whether it's signage, no alcohol, et cetera. They already have those SOPs in terms of not allowing alcohol on site, drug-free, alcohol-free workplace, specifically for the agents as well. So they would need to continue all of that. So if they walk downstairs with a red Solo cup, from a compliance perspective, they shouldn't be allowed to enter the.
And they probably shouldn't be allowed to leave the alcohol premises with an open container and a beverage tank.
Right.
Yeah, I was just to say the same general thing, which is, there's states with open container that's allowed, right? And when you're entering a premises, generally, you're not allowed to bring alcohol on. So the real answer essentially is if it was a red Solo cup and you're not allowed to bring alcohol into the cannabis area, they're not going to test what's in your cup. They're going to tell you you can't bring a cup in, right? So that's what the business is going to do with what they're given, right, in the protocols. And then just to your question on where this fits with how it's currently written, I just want to go back to the beginning with DGC, which is really the point of today, I think, is to answer the overarching policy questions we put a pin in. And this is, I think, the policy question. If people are understanding that there will be instances where alcohol may be in the same general vicinity, but is not within what we are permitting or licensing, then that I think is the policy question that leads to edits that the DGC would incorporate based on the policy feedback from the commissioners.
And again, I think, thank you for that, because it brings us, we can choose whether we want to license a premises that's in close proximity to somebody who's also going to be selling alcohol. We can decide that's a no-no. I think what I'm hearing is that we got to stick to where our jurisdiction allows us, regardless of whether it's a sports bar next door or it's a banquet facility where alcohol is being served at the other end of the field of which we have no jurisdiction, right? And for me, it's clear that it does come back to, those barriers, just as we've talked about barriers and configurations of social consumption space. So that's the general consensus I'm at least drawing, but Commissioner, I'll give you the last point on that.
Yes, and Director Benkowski, thank you for that with premises. That's very helpful. Is the definition okay to stay the way it is, or do we need to add? So I'm looking at the definition of premises. Um, Is everybody, do we need to add any language to it, or is it okay based on the scenario of the 3 floors?
I mean, acting chair,
Go ahead, Chief.
it has it in there, you know, about substantial supervision of control over entry or access to the property. That takes care of that.
You think it's good the way it
Right.
is?
I don't think there's anything else we need to add to that. I think it's very clear. And I think also what's happening is because of their different scenarios and all that, it's made it so overcomplicated when it's such a straightforward definition, and we don't want to make it convoluted. I think, it's clear right now, unless if somebody else thinks that there's something else here, it's very, for us, and so far this has worked out for us, like Catherine explained, our DOI explained. When we do inspections and we receive the architectural review plans and everything else, or whether it's a structural change, there's already an understanding, the lead already knows what that premise is, what activities are going to be taking place and everything else. And then at the point of entry, the social consumption, there's going to be security. They have to go through all that anyway. So that's, I think is the way that it's written, the definition, it takes care of that. And then not only that, it creates a clear delineation in such an, even in a scenario given going on the 4th floor, 3rd floor, we now know what would trigger the, ABCC's involvement or the municipality's involvement.
Right.
And I think it does come back. Commissioner Concepcion made this point pretty clear also. Some of this is going to be in municipals. Are they going to want to allow it?
That's right.
So Deputy GC, you have the last point before we'll break for lunch, but I think unless I'm hearing any counterpoints, I think we're somewhat all on the same page.
Yeah, thank you. And just to further dispel the concern from Commissioner Roy, in section 141(4)(c), we do specify that there needs to be a barrier if over and above the definition of premises. So I think that's where we can tackle it as opposed to further defining premises.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to suggest it's just about 12:30, take a half-hour lunch break. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Right.
Trying to put
All right, very well. We are reconvening shortly after 1 o'clock. I'd invite the Deputy GC to kind of introduce the next topic, which is social consumption establishment sales, 500.050A. But you want to give us the general context of the question? Go for it.
For sure. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. The direction that we're looking for the working group right now is currently the sales that would occur at a social consumption establishment would mirror the sales that occur at retail right now. So the packaging and everything would be the exact same. We're looking for whether the board wants to create a carve out to allow for additional considerations here with how products are sold. So again, it's fully under your discretion as the board on what that looks like. In the past, we've discussed how retail licensees right now have the ability to do deli style. So I think that had been brought up in conversation before when we touched upon this. But if there is anything further that you would like this to look like, sales, again, it's essentially retail sales at social consumption establishments. If you want it to be broken down further than what is allowed at retail, that's the question before you.
Go ahead, Commissioner. 500.050A.
Also, the citation would be 141.4 as well.
Right. That's additionally on the sales. I mean, I thought about this in terms of social consumption establishment. We've all kind of shared the example of, a brewery with its tap room or a tasting room. And we know people can go into a brewery tap room or a tasting room, sample some product, and then make a retail purchase and take that product with them. Obviously, we have folded into the regs the ability for somebody to buy a product. If they don't finish consuming it on site, we have guidelines around how they can be packaged up or repackaged, resealed in a bag so they can take it with them. Again, the notion being don't need to consume everything you've purchased on site. But the second piece of this under 500.141.4 to allow marijuana and marijuana products to either be all sold in the same form as retail, or whether we would want to create regulations that still offer some compliance around the labeling requirements. But I think Commissioner Roy, you brought this up last time, of more of a deli style approach, which for me kind of fits in that notion of consumption and consumption spaces being hospitality based. Like, I want to go try one of these pre-rolls, may not buy the whole box to walk out with, but I want to try something, to that deli style, menu style, thinking of this more as a hospitality environment, where you can kind of pick and choose some things off the menu. But that's kind of the conversation or question that we need to discuss among ourselves. Commissioner Roy, sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That summation, that I think the deli style lends itself to more of that experience as opposed to having to buy an entire container of gummies, or, I just, in mocktails, you're not gonna buy the whole tincture bottle and ask them to. So I think I feel like we almost have to, and I feel it lends itself to this license type, and we do allow it in our retailers. I've seen it myself where they have deli style options.
Commissioner, come.
I'm struggling a little bit to conceptualize the two of them. So on one hand, you're purchasing a complete package, and on the other hand, you're purchasing a portion of that package? Is that what we're saying? I'm not.
So as opposed to, we walk into a dispensary right now, you buy something in the retail version and it might be container of flour, it might be a box of pre-rolls, whatever. We're suggesting giving a licensee for social consumption, and maybe this also kind of feeds into a public health and public safety strategy of, I'm only going to be here a half hour. I want to try one of these pre-rolls. I've never tried them before, that they could individually purchase that. Kind of off a menu, still sticking with the same labeling requirements and everything else that, a regular product from the retailer might have. But
I wonder, so I guess the way that I'm understanding it is essentially repackaging to smaller dosages. Is that what we're saying? They're just repackaging and not giving the ability to repackage? Okay, got it. Okay.
Commissioner, go
I guess my question, is i.e., do you have any concerns? Do you see any issues within metric before we, as a board, decide to permit this?
Catherine. Correct.
Thank you.
As you mentioned, Commissioner Roy, deli style is something that retailers are allowed to do right now. They only do it with flour products right now, with bulk flour. This would open it up and that they'd be allowed to do it with essentially edibles and other product types as well. But from a functionality standpoint, it would be the same. They would make sales out of the bulk package. It would just be more with, say, an edible, for example. Say they had a container of 300 gummies and you buy 5. They would just take out those 5, and it wouldn't necessarily be repackaging. But it would still need to be tracked. It would still be tracked, those individual sales. I guess it's whatever the board sees for how they're giving that to the customer. If that's going to be then bagged and packaged for them to go over to the couch and consume it. From a metric functionality standpoint, it will function the same way the flour deli style does.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
And the working group has had conversations with internal and external stakeholders that we know that we will have to work with our vendors to provide that micro serving option. So we've kind of laid that foundation in the conversation. We know that that would be a different service than is currently drafted under a statement of work for this vendor specifically. So we know that the fiscal year that everything is tied to the resources that we obtain. So this is also a part of that conversation, which we need to ultimately incorporate into our contract with Metric, a statement of work that includes this social consumption breakdown. So again, it's all tied to our budget, but we have laid the foundation with conversations with Metric, and it's something that we know that we will have to work on the implementation working group after the regs are established. So it is in our mind as we're implementing them.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Correct, I do not want to mess up your last name now. Okay. You made a point now, because the way I mentioned repackaging, it's like, that was the way I'm envisioning this, and of course that means putting it in another package and then selling it. So in your description and the way that you've sort of provided more context, we're conceptualizing product being just open and given without being packaged before the consumer receives it.
So they would still need to, we have the handling of marijuana requirements and our regulations, so they would still need to have kind of safe and sanitary protocols. But for example, right now, if you were to go into a retailer that does deli style, they would have, bulk flour, bulk shake trim, we'll say, and you want to buy a 2-gram pre-roll. You pick the strain and they have to follow the rest of these regarding safe and sanitary handling in order to, take that shake trim, roll it. That weight would then be deducted from that bulk package. So the sale is accounted for as well as pulling the correct weight from that bulk package. And then they would follow their SOPs regarding at a retailer, you obviously can't consume it. So that's repackaging under retailer right now, but for social consumption, because they'd be consuming it on site. If the the board wants it to be within the framework of repackaging, those would just be SOPs they need to follow in general. But if it's for, I'm gonna buy 5 gummies and go sit over there and eat them, I guess I'm envisioning it more like if you bought something at a restaurant. Yes, there would be gloves, they would still have safe and sanitary. And this is from the tested product. That bulk package needs full testing, all of that. When they take out those 5 gummies, the count base would be deducted from the bulk package, and that sale would also be reflected with the sales receipt if there's ever an issue with it. And then you would go over on your couch and consume it. I think when it's walking out, if you're buying 5 gummies, you're having 2 on site and taking 3 home. I think that's a separate discussion, because then that would need to be packaged to leave.
Sure. And a follow-up.
Go.
So I can see this as it relates to the flour, gummies, and a few other things. But when it comes to beverages, do you have a perspective on that or thoughts around that?
So beverages, obviously manufacturers pre-make beverages. So if you're buying a beverage, that's one thing. If we're gonna talk the mocktail situation, so like tinctures, I don't think necessarily the functionality of metric needs to change, because again, it would be the bulk tincture. And it would need to be used with the measured dosage. That volume would come out of that weight-based package as well. But that is something more novel that we would need. Like, are they bringing in their own beverages? Can you buy a Coke and then you're infusing it? I think that's something we'd need to discuss with the vendors, just in terms of that specific example, like not manufacturing, but infusing beverages. It's one thing if you're buying a 6-pack of seltzers and you're having 2 and you're taking the 3 to go if they're already made. But if licensees will get creative, want to kind of infuse beverages on site, that's just more of I'd want to make sure we walk through that with Metro to make sure. Because if it's an uninfused, we wouldn't have jurisdiction over the uninfused beverage. That's the Department of Public Health. We would have jurisdiction over the tincture. So
That makes sense.
tracking the tincture that's coming out isn't a concern. It's more just what that would look like in practice.
I think is we've talked about that topic a little bit, related to the interest that we had in serving infused foods. We ran into a bunch of issues. So separate, again, if you're preparing an uninfused beverage, some combination of soda, juice, whatever you're going to add, a drop to it or a tincture to it, that has to be done in front of the customer. Because similar to how, excuse me, wow. Similar it is how we approached it in food. You know, we had people that want to cook an infused hamburger. That infused hamburger, we're not going to send that out for testing. Obviously, it come back pretty cold and pretty late. But somebody can give you the burger and then say, here's a portion of ketchup you can use. So I would envision mocktails the same way. Here's the beverage. This is how much we want to add to it. And that's done more in front of the customer than behind the scenes. Chief, go ahead.
Let's go just with the scenario of gummies. Let's say there's 100 gummies, and then you buy 5. Then you're left with 95. I'm just looking at inventory discrepancies. I'm just looking at our inventory regs in terms of, even with the configurations and metric, how would this work? Because now, at the end of the shift, are they now having to count the leftover gummy? I'm just trying to conceptualize this whole scenario in terms of how would this work, so that it's sort of like deli style for those type of products. Even thinking about distillates, it's volume based, but I'm not, we're trying to figure out, even with SOPs, how this would work in terms of, you know, accounting for inventory at the end of the shift. Would we now require that even though it's not repackaging, but there's a process, like Catherine said, with when it comes to 105, marijuana handling, and they're now going into that package and counting to make sure it's in fact 95 in there, the tracking of it. I don't know. That's something that we're trying to figure out as we're having this conversation. I think it would be helpful to sort of get an idea of that, how this would work. Outside of the configurations with Metric, I think we can work that out with Metric in terms of them making those configurations so that it accounts for this. But practically how, I'm not seeing it.
Enforcement Council and the Commissioner.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just one kind of thought in terms of the inventory. If the board is contemplating scenarios like this where we're talking about kind of a la carte, deli style, however we want to phrase that, our current inventory requirements for marijuana establishments, I believe, is on a monthly basis. If we're moving to something like this for social consumption establishments, you might want to consider carving out an enhanced obligation for these licensees to say either a nightly, a shift-based inventory count or something along those lines to account for the scenario like Chief Jones is describing, where in order to maintain an accurate inventory, there might need to be, and perhaps it's not a shift-based one, maybe it's weekly or something along those lines, but just if they're able to kind of dole out individual doses and they are purchasing bulk product to give out to their customers, we might want to just require that they're checking that more frequently than on a monthly basis.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Can you give us the historical context on the deli style for flour and how we got to that point?
I think, I'm going to defer to Armand because I think at the time when they came up with the deli style, I was not here. I'm not so around that time when they came out with the deli style in terms of attention.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, thank you, Chief Jones. Yes, my recollection is our prior executive director, Sean Collins, authorized through the issuance of a memo. Because I believe, I can confirm this, but I believe it may have been an earlier interpretation. But there was definitely a decision memo by our previous executive director, kind of outlining and providing steps for how retail licensees could compliantly conduct the deli style. So could definitely verify the date of that as well. But my recollection was through the issuance of that memo through our prior executive director.
Catherine, go ahead, Director.
Thank you. Yes, Director Enos is correct. That was a former executive director decision memo. I think it's from 2020 or 2019. And I think that had to do around the definition of repackaging, that it was deemed to be repackaging. It wasn't deemed to be processing or manufacturing, which is why retailers were allowed to do it.
Commissioner Roy.
Website, let's look at that.
That would be internal.
We can,
Yeah, we pull it up.
yeah, we can find it. That's what we're trying to look for right now. Catherine has it. But it's an internal memo, so we'd have to see how we could be able to share with the board. I think we'd have to go through the legal department, like we'd have to send it to Mike.
So the way the current draft reads is, again, anything allowed at retail for sales. So deli styles allowed at retail sales, that would be allowed for social consumption establishments. So we wouldn't have to make any amendments if the board decides to go in this direction. Where we would need to make further amendments, again, is if you want to break it down further into like micro servings to account for what INE has described here. So I think a simpler option is to just keep it what is allowed at retail. People wouldn't really have to change their packaging, but what we could allow for is if I go and buy an eighth of flour in the retail packaging, it typically comes in a package that, let's say it's a puck. I don't want to consume all of the eighth that I just bought for flour, so I'm going to take home the rest of it, and we can, establish that take-home bag that's sealed for the purposes of open container. So again, if we want to go this route, that's, I think, appropriate and simple for us to keep essentially our metric and everything all the same. while we are also keeping in mind that we're not encouraging folks to finish everything that they buy, we are allowing them to take that home in a sealed, adequate container. So, so there's a couple different ways the board can think about this.
I think that memo predates all of us here on the board.
Commissioner?
Thank you, and Deputy Counsel, thank you for that summation, because that makes sense to me. Hearing Chief Jones, we can see the diversion risk here. And if we were to maintain the way things are now, that would eliminate that. I mean, of course, there are diversion risks that exist, but we wouldn't create an increased risk of diversion. I'm thinking through that as well, though. So you can consume, and the remainder you can bring home with you after it's been sealed. You know, with the way that if you went to one of our retail establishments now, the way it's sealed. Just thinking about it in reality, though, just to ensure that the product is resealed for the person to leave the establishment. Sort of how do you track that? But maybe that's something that sort of configure further down the line.
To use an example that we might have experienced at a bar, you would, if you go and order a drink at a bar, if they see you trying to leave with the drink, they're probably going to try to stop you from doing that. In a similar way here, if they see you trying to leave with half consumed or a handful of flour, they'll probably say, hey, before you go, let's put this in a sealed container. So it is on the ME slightly to do that observation, just like it would be for a bar. But it is also on the consumer to make sure that they know that they're not leaving with a container if they're going to go in a car or whatnot.
Congressman Council. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And Commissioner Concepcion, just to add on to what Deputy General Counsel was saying, which I agree with there, but another example or way to potentially envision this is, so going back to my waiter days, if a table had a bottle of wine, they did not finish that bottle of wine, there was a way, and this was also in New Hampshire, so the rules might be different from New Hampshire versus Massachusetts, but I think it serves as a good example. We would recork the wine, and then there was a plastic bag that had kind of like a one of those adhesive strips, so you could peel that off, seal it, and then we would typically staple it with the receipt onto the bag. So it would note the time that left, and also like time, date, etc. It would be a clear plastic bag or whatever bag would make sense here. And it would be sealed so you can see if it was tampered with or opened. So if you, the idea from my understanding is if the customer was driving home and they had ostensibly an open container in their car, this serves to show that, okay, it was opened, but it was closed by the restaurant or the establishment for purposes of transporting it back home. Obviously, this does not excuse kind of intoxicated or impaired driving by any means, but it shows that it's a closed container. So when we're talking about in the cannabis scenario, if you had opened up the jar and kind of removed any potential seal on there, or if we're talking edibles, if you had opened up the packaging and it's visibly opened up, this would serve as a way to be sealed and closed. I would also note that the statute does require certain storage considerations or has storage considerations. So it should be in a glove compartment or your trunk, generally speaking, too. But these are kind of additional pieces to ensure that it is now resealed when you are leaving. So just to supplement what Mike was saying.
Commissioner.
Just in response to that, I like that you're bringing up the open container law, and that still applies to people when they're leaving any establishment.
Right.
Even before social consumption, you cannot have open containers and walking around or driving in your vehicle. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Roy.
So if I understand this correctly, if a consumer goes in and orders a mocktail, they have to purchase the whole 2 fluid ounce bottle of tincture for one mocktail. So one mocktail theoretically will cost $35. I mean, are we right? So okay, I don't think that's a good economic model, but this is what we're saying, like one mocktail is going to cost $35.
And this is why I think that's an excellent example of why we want to consider further breaking
I think
down.
we should.
So,
This is economically not feasible as proposed right now.
And I think some of this to a degree is going to be market driven. Like I want to sell a special pack of 2 pre-rolls for however much here at the social consumption establishment. Or I will find a way to dispense, not paying for the whole bottle of the tincture, but somewhat, right? You go in, get a drink, you have the alcohol added, it's poured out, it's measured, it goes into the rest of the glass. I think there's going to be some response from the market as to, I will package things up differently if I have a social consumption establishment. All right. I think, go ahead.
So one more comment. This is a little bit of a tangent, but I was thinking about sort of the concept of Commissioner Roy, you mentioned about the solo cups, and it made me think about these cups at the, I don't know if they have that up here, but at the aquarium in Georgia, there's a QR code on the cup. So there's a way to actually track and make sure, where you are with that cup.
That's incredible.
So I know some things are up to the licensee, but I know that there's also ways to just sort of.
Sure.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
So just a little tidbit, like there's new technology, there's things that change, but there's a way to also ensure that people are getting the right thing and also not,
I love that.
moving around.
Thank you for sharing that.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I just, for the record, I am in favor of deli style. I think we're being over prescriptive and not economically feasible if someone's gonna spend $35 on one mocktail. So I, for the record, would love to see deli style or microdosing worked in here.
just to clarify, Commissioner, deli style is allowed right now under retail.
Yes.
That's, but going further than that is what
The
you are seeking. Okay, and so if the board is comfortable with that, I can explore what that looks like in the retail.
Be comfortable seeing with that, some language would be helpful.
For sure.
And just from a public health safety perspective, I think it could help prevent overconsumption. You're buying the whole 2 fluid ounces. You might feel compelled to imbibe a little more. So I think this is actually helpful in that way.
It's a public health and safety feature too, I think, as well.
And even if we do the microdose, you can still take that microdose as a sealed container and leave, so to further prevent
overconsumption.
So thank you for the guidance on this piece. The next related piece here, in a similar vein, if you go to a brewery, you can buy beers to go, but if you buy them to go, you can't crack them and consume them there. So I need some guidance, or the legal department needs guidance here relative to the same question. So if there's a supplemental establishment, you can buy at retail, but if you buy at retail, then you can't go over and then take what you bought at retail to the consumption area. You would have to go through the social consumption establishment point of sale. Is that where the board wants to go with this? Or can, in a related way, can someone buy at the social consumption establishment and then take it to leave as well? So like if you went to a bar, you can't buy the beer and then take it to go. So we need to differentiate here between the point of sales for both retail and social consumption establishments and what you do with that product after.
But that's kind of where I made the comparison of I go to the brewery tap room and maybe buy a beer or 2 and try them out there, but I want to take some more home with me. So I could buy, obviously not cracking it open, but I can a 6-pack to go because I really like XYZ flavor, version. So I'm not opposed to, I've tried something in the consumption lounge. I want to be able to buy more of it and take it home with me.
In that instance, you'd have to go to a different register, is how we're envisioning it. Is that how the board understands it and wants it reflected in the new?
I'm okay with allowing them to do that, kind of that operational piece. I think however we make it work is fine, but just, again, the general expectation or experience of I bought something, allowed to maybe buy more of it, I want to take it home, whether I do that from the social consumption. Well, for hospitality, it will be that same point of sale, but you're saying for the supplemental, it would be a different point of sale.
Similar to how we have medical distinguished from our adult use sales, I do envision that these would have two different registers as well. One would be the retail under the ME. The other would be the social consumption register, where they would then, have a path towards the consumption area.
That was my reading
Yes.
as well. And I like that because it also helps with security provisions, just understanding who's going where, how much is being sold, and where those individuals are within the facility. And Chair, I had a different, I don't want to throw you off, Deputy Counsel. I had a question about the last conversation as it relates to tinctures. And this is a question for investigations, perhaps, or whoever has this answer. Are licensees currently able to repackage tinctures?
So I'd defer to enforcement counsel in terms of the regulations, but the definition of repackaging, I don't think it specifies product type. It's more what repackaging constitutes. So what I was saying in my scenario was if we're allowing kind of mocktails, they would kind of have to pull that dosing out of a bulk tincture. So because let's say they have a measure dropper, you're going to put your 5 milligrams in your Coke, and then that bulk is whether we're going to stand by the monthly inventory requirements. If we're going to increase them to, let's say they have to weigh them at the end of the shift, that amount would be taken out of that package, the sale, et cetera, all that. Right now, the deli style is really only kept to flour. So we'd have to look at the definition, but repackaging the way it's done with retailers right now, it's just the deli style flour products. If let's say a retailer took a beverage and broke the packaging and they had to repackage, they could repackage that, put the metric tag on it, label all that. But in terms of opening a tincture and repackaging it, that would be a different conversation. Okay. Thank you.
Enforcement Counsel, Tim.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And Commissioner Concepcion, I want to preface this by first saying that, I could look into this further. I'm just taking a quick look at the regulations here as well, and just the definition of repackage only identifies marijuana. It does not talk about marijuana infused products or anything along those lines. So based on my initial look, I don't believe that our regulations allow for repackaging of tinctures or marijuana infused products, et cetera. But I just want to caveat that, saying that I haven't had time to sufficiently look into that. So that's just kind of based on my initial look.
Yeah, go ahead, you do.
I just want to put in the context, I think we talked about alcohol a little bit as well. So there have been significant changes to what's allowed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts since COVID, some of which has now been codified. So there are restaurants that you can go in, get a cocktail, they seal it in a way you can transport in your vehicle, which is not constituted as an open container. So I just wanted to kind of add that context. There's also a number of businesses, in the Denver airport, for example, you walk up to the bar, get a beer to walk around with, right? So some of these things have changed outside of Massachusetts, but in Massachusetts as well. So just to put that in a grander context.
So to summarize, I think I have an understanding of consensus from the board that I'll try to draft both allowing what is allowed at retail, but then also further than that, maybe trying to break down to them micro servings. And to Enforcement Council's point, maybe that would be helped by changing the definition of repackaging to include outside of flour, so that folks can break that down further. So if that's everyone's understanding, I think, okay, sorry.
For me, it is. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Were you recommending an increased cadence to inventory reconciliation?
We're suggesting maybe more in a month, less than. If the time frame shorter than the monthly requirement, as you have it right now.
Yeah, so looking at our, and I also want to just say as well, so our licensees generally have an expectation to maintain real-time inventory. As we're looking at it, as we're looking at the regulations, there is specifically kind of a monthly inventory requirement for certain products as well, products being cultivated, et cetera. Just in this scenario, not necessarily recommending, but flagging this for consideration by the board, that if we are considering kind of deli style on a larger scale for social consumption establishments, just making sure that we are instituting certain controls so that that inventory for diversion risks, for just kind of general, look at if we're talking about like a bulk package of 100 gummies, you might drop some on the floor, you might like somebody might pocket them for a diversion thing, somebody might have just miscounted, maybe instead of 100, there were only 99 in there, whatever. Just increasing that cadence potentially, or considering an increased requirement so that we are able to have a better handle on what exactly the inventory is. So I don't have a specific recommendation in mind, but just wanted to flag that for consideration by the board.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought, and thank you. And I thought we discussed this, especially with the hospitality one. Remember, we used this scenario at a yoga studio and we were concerned, like, what if a gummy fell on the floor, to your point, and the next morning there's kids yoga class and they pick it up. So we kind of had this conversation, if memory serves me right. So you're been a little while. Yeah, I know. You're flagging it. So I guess I'm gonna take that flag and pass that flag through the chair to the Deputy General Counsel around that as well.
Right. Let's move on then to the next topic, daily limits. This is 500-141-3A, but the big question being whether daily allotments ought to be raised to the amount allowed at retail.
So thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. The working group had raised the amount from 20 milligrams to what is allowed per day at retail. Part of the consideration there was that 20 milligrams seemed fairly low, and if you were looking at cost per customer, that would be extremely low, given what 20 milligrams could encompass. So we did do state-by-state comparisons as well, and we did note that most jurisdictions that had social consumption also allowed for what was allowed at retail for daily limits. So that's where we started for this draft, and it's ultimately up to the board's discretion. Really, the only statutory restriction here is that a serving size is 10 milligrams or up to 10 milligrams. So that's really the only thing that the statute takes into account in this conversation, to remind you all, but it is your discretion over and above that. So.
Yeah, again, when we brought this up, working group, the assumption is, why would I go into a retail establishment, buy something for consumption and not be able to buy as much as what could have walked in and purchased from retail? So just leveling that both out, obviously knowing that you can package what you don't finish and take it home with you, but, you know, giving the same opportunity to purchase the same amount as you would be able to at a retail.
This is interesting. I am I have no recommended changes to what is being brought to the board today, and it's because this is where, you know, cannabis largely deviates from alcohol. You know, when we're talking about consumption and overconsumption, everyone's different. Everyone's tolerance levels are completely different when it comes to cannabis. So I just, I, if we were to put a limit here beyond what's already laid out by statute, it would seem arbitrary.
Any other thoughts? Okay. All right, we move on to
Before transitioning to the next one, in a similar way, these establishments are likely to have multiple customers per bill. If you go to a restaurant, they might have multiple people on one bill. That kind of gets into these daily allotments. So just looking for some direction on the board. When you go to a retail establishment, you are an individual consumer there. And so this doesn't really arise in the retail context. Whereas if we're going to social consumption establishments, you might be at the table, you might order something for the table. Do we want to ensure, just practically, how does the board want to go about tackling this issue of potentially multiple people per bill? Or do we want to just differentiate it to say something along the lines of separate bills for everyone? Or if there's 4 people, you can have up to 4 ounces because that's the daily allotment for what is allowed per diem at retail. And if the board hasn't considered this, I'm happy to just try to mark something up, but this is something that we do have to.
I just want to understand, Deputy Director. So as opposed to 1 ounce, you're saying if 4 of us show up and I want to treat everybody, you're going to say I can order 4 ounces? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that in order to get you another draft, I need some clarification on this specific policy question, because in practically, there's going to be a situation that comes up in these establishments where people want to order on the same bill, or one person's paying for multiple folks to consume. So what does the board want to do in this regard? Do we want to keep it that this person that's ordering for 4 people, like if you think about, if I know we use the example of Fenway, because often people have gone to a Red Sox game. So when I go to Fenway, I can get 2 drinks and leave with them. If I have a person with me that I'm paying for, I can get 4 drinks. They'll probably have to help me carry it, but either way, that's what is allowed. So for our establishments here, in a similar context, do we want to allow the daily allotment per head on a bill or not?
I think you do, because that would just keep it aligned with what I'd be able to go in and buy from my retail.
That seems like a simple resolution to this issue.
Personally, I thought Fenway they'd have to bring them up separately. I don't think I don't know. I haven't bought 4.
No, you would have.
So I don't know. I'm asking.
But if I went up with a friend, they would check both of our IDs, but as long as I presented 2 valid IDs, they'd give me 4. So in a simple, just using that as an example to work through kind of what we're thinking about for this.
But what would stop someone from saying just use my credit card to pay for all of them, or just, like, if I just think it's going to get disparate and challenging if you start altering it.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Deputy General Counsel, just to clarify. So the statutory limit that you mentioned for the 10 milligrams there, just to make sure I'm understanding. So in our current adult use regulations under 500-154, that kind of outlines the dosing limitations for adult use edible products. So with our 10% variance, each serving size AU edible product can contain no more than 5.5 milligrams of active THC. So I just want to clarify that the position that the commission took was to further restrict that through regulations, but are you saying that the statute would allow that to be higher or 10 milligrams per serving if that was what the board elected?
Yeah, essentially, sorry.
Mhm.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Milligrams in the statute is 10,
Okay,
but the initial commissioners had reduced that to being about 5 so that they could have a little bit of variation there. Let's say someone has 5.5 or 6, then it doesn't run afoul of our law here. So the board was a little more conservative with what they allowed.
okay, thank you, Deputy General Counsel. Well, just to flag, obviously, the board's consideration, that would be a distinction we would have between obviously, the products we have on retail establishments right now compared to what they could get on-site at social consumption establishments.
Thank you, Harm.
So we haven't amended that in the regulation, but we could amend that in the regulation. So there's nothing restricting them in statute, is all I said initially, just to clarify.
Any other thoughts? Go ahead.
My wheels are still going on this one. And maybe you can add some additional context to this as well. I'm thinking through like existing jurisdictions we have social consumption. I know in Las Vegas, at least that consumption site, it was the individuals. So the bill was for the individuals and not for the entire table. I can understand the draw this would have if it wasn't based on that and instead it was for an entire table, because it's essentially a loophole where someone would be able to have more than they otherwise could be served. But I'm also thinking through, and you know, we will have an opportunity to hear from more public safety officials, but what that looks like in terms of people leaving that establishment after consuming a larger amount than they otherwise would. So I'm thinking out loud here, just so you know where my thoughts are. You can see the financial, positive financial implications for social consumption establishments, but I'm weighing.
So to try to wrap this specific issue up, if the board feels comfortable, what I can do is draft it so that each person has an individual bill for now. We can put it out to comment and then folks can weigh in on this specific piece.
Yeah. No. I like that idea. I mean, Commissioner Concepcion gets a bill, I get a bill. We know individually how much each of us has had, even though I may choose to pay her bill. She still has got a separate bill with how much product she's bought, and I have had one as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
That came up on my trip to Michigan as well, was they were dealing with looping in terms of daily limits on the retail side, but also in this. So it seems like it would address somebody going into an establishment that may know two different parties of people at two different tables. And by having it at least itemized, it addresses the idea of being able to circulate in some way that the establishment now has a little bit more visibility to avoid what Michigan referred to as looping, to increase or go above the limit.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to shelf-stable edibles.
All right, so currently what is allowed for sale at our social consumption establishments for edibles is products that are shelf-stable.
Just give us a citation.
Yes, it's 500 141 3B. Limitations on sales is subsection 3 there. So The question that we have for the board here is whether you want to leave the edibles sold at our establishments to only shelf-stable items. And the caveat that I have here for the board is that DPH flagged for us that if a product is not shelf-stable, there's more likely to be a foodborne illness that derives from that product. So DPH is concerned that the further we get outside of shelf-stable products that are sold at our establishments, then the more likely there is for an illness to arise, which obviously we would want to avoid. So the safer option here is shelf-stable. The balance test now is, I know that there are licensees and applicants that want non-shelf-stable items to be sold at these establishments, but that is essentially the environment we're working within.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel. We keep talking about the proverbial hamburger and a packet of ketchup. So that can't exist in this scenario because it's not the proverbial hamburger is not shelf stable.
The hamburger would, if a licensee goes that route, they will also have oversight from the local board of health and DPH over that hamburger, which that hamburger needs to be in a separate kitchen from us, and our kitchen is only under our licensee's purview and wouldn't, again, that hamburger should never come over into our space, essentially. So the ketchup would be what we would be concerned with, and that, as far as I can tell, is shelf stable, so.
So may I?
Go ahead.
So could they infuse the ice cream?
This is the question to the board.
Thank you.
But can I just clarify? I felt like it was a little wonky how I responded last time. So if we were to have an establishment that wanted to serve a burger with ketchup, the burger would have to come from the kitchen regulated from DPH and the local boards of health. That should never cross over into essentially our territory. Our product would be the ketchup that's infused, that's shelf stable. And that would both would go in front of the consumer, and the consumer would be the one to add ketchup to the burger, essentially crossing that line. Whereas we wouldn't want to cross the line.
For a lot of different reasons, some of those even around tax reasons and what the burger has to be taxed at and what our products have to be taxed at. But thinking about the ice cream, when I read that, I was thinking, because we know we have an infused ice cream maker who produces quarts or small containers of infused ice cream. That's not necessarily shelf stable unless it's refrigerated. Right.
Exactly. So that's the question. You guys the board is working within those parameters there.
Right.
The old draft had shelf stable edibles is what your former commissioners would have allowed for it. The push from advocates right now is to expand what is allowed for edibles to be sold at these establishments. So that's the question before you is, would you want to go over and above shelf stable, which again, coming from a legal perspective is not as good of a place to be as shelf stable, which is a lot safer for consumers as far as food goes.
So does this eventually get back to the operator having to think about smaller packaging of smaller dosage cannabis products? Like similar to ketchup, you got a big bottle of ketchup or you got the little packet of ketchup.
Sure, but that's a separate question of what is shelf stable.
Right.
The question before you is, do you allow shelf stable edibles or do you allow items that are not shelf stable to be sold?
Commissioner Rocca.
So my initial understanding of why the shelf stable was more around testing and that we can ensure that the packet of ketchup has been adequately tested. that was my understanding of why that was in there, like prepackaged, shelf stable. I mean, did I misunderstand that? I guess.
I take it as inferring that we're protecting from foodborne illness, from not having products that are not shelf stable.
My concern, and the ice cream example is a good example to use, is that we're limiting the availability of products that are currently on the market at retail establishments. So they would be available on one side anyways, but then you couldn't have it in this arena because of a line within our regulations.
Exactly.
So in my opinion, I think we should mirror the language that allows for the retailers to carry those items. But I know that they are prepackaged. And they do have to be maintained in a safe enclosure as well. But I think it just, it doesn't really make sense to have that limit. I don't see how we would allow it in one space, especially, okay, in the instance where the retailer and the social consumption places side by side, you can go over here and buy this product, but once you sit down, you're not able to have access to that. I can't really understand that.
I think to your point, I'd like to see a line between the two.
Mhm.
Okay, if the board is in agreement, then I can remove the shelf stable requirement for edibles.
Just trying to think of another edible that we're not thinking.
I think ice cream is a great example though, because it's milk based and that's where foodborne illnesses would derive from.
Of course.
So that's a good example of kind of the line of which we're balancing now.
A few more thoughts there. It's just, there still needs to be provisions about how to maintain those products. And then I was thinking about our earlier conversation around mocktails. And that's something that's a little bit different. And I'm sort of haven't reconciled that yet, because a mocktail, essentially, you're using juices, you're using things that can expire. Ice cream, I feel like we can wrap our minds around and how to do that. Mocktails, I'm not quite sure.
But the mocktail piece would all be in the DPH side of it.
There's a difference.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just trying to help you clarify this thought, because what you're talking about is infused product that has already been tested before coming to market to our establishments. Whereas we're talking about something different where it's not an infused product that's under DPH and local board of health jurisdiction, then coming before the customer, not infused. So that's outside of our jurisdiction, whereas if it came from our manufacturer and was already tested, came through our kitchen, that's under us.
I think what I'm seeing, like I'm thinking about, once you take the mocktail from the DPH kitchen and the tincture from our establishment, and it's combined at our licensees' premises that we do regulate.
Yeah, so the bright red line that we're walking down is if the consumer does it themselves, then that's helpful for us to legally balance this. So again, this is a very tricky,
That makes sense.
very tricky area to balance here with all of the regulations, both under ours and, coming from even the federal government with the FDA down through local boards of health. So we're dealing with a lot of balancing tests here.
That makes sense to me. Okay.
Commissioner Wright, and then Phil, I see you over there.
So the previous conversation about the different point of sales and whether they could buy something in the brick and mortar retail and go consume it. Right, and so I'm looking at Betty's Eddie's ice cream, which in all the locations in Massachusetts, I can go and buy that. And how can we say you can't carry products? I think we're like over our skis a little bit, and we talked about this with the alcohol. That's like the ABCC regulates alcohol. We don't. The DPH regulates food. We don't. So I don't want us to be overly prescriptive and say you can't have Betty's Eddie's ice cream here, but then again, now we're saying you can go to a point of sale over in retail and but you can have everything but Betty's Eddie's ice cream. Like, I just can't reconcile this. Yeah, it's the same.
That's-
Yeah.
It's already been
Bring the
reconciled.
alignment together.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there is consensus among the board and I'll redraft in accordance with that.
So you're striking shelf stable?
It seems that that's the
Mhm.
direction the board's going in.
Mhm.
Philip, did you still want to add something?
No, I'm good. Everybody came to, figured it out. We're good.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next item, and this starts to build into our conversation about the marijuana event organizer license, but we did have some conversation a little bit about this. And this is okay. All right. And this is around camera coverage for social consumption establishments, as well as marijuana event organizers, which may have temporary locations. So we can pick up the conversation around camera coverage.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this discussion is centered around all sorts of consumption establishments, but then we're also going to further think about it in the event context. So what camera coverage does the board want to see for these establishments? Ultimately, I think the point of sale is something that at the floor level, we want to capture.
Mhm.
However, going over and above that, what is the ceiling that you want to allow for as far as camera coverage goes? Do you want the cameras to capture what the consumption area, or are you solely focused on the point of sale? And then, once we answer that question, we'll think about it in the context of at an event. But I think that the broader policy question is back and forth.
For me, thinking this through, I'm not so worried or fixated on the technology. Obviously, we have a requirement that, the camera has to be of a quality sufficient to capture a clear still image, whether it's live or recorded. For me, it's at a minimum, it's the entry requirements, making sure that somebody's ID is being checked and it's at point of sale. I mean, that's the two basic requirements right off the bat, but I'm open to obviously conversation about other locations, but Commissioner Roy.
In 500-110, section 5(4), video cameras in all areas that may contain marijuana. So I know the answer, but I'm gonna ask our Director of Investigations for the record. Currently at our retailers, even our delivery vehicles have cameras inside. The camera covers cover more than point of sale, correct? They cover the sales floor in any place.
Any place Mara is or can be within the facility is required to get a camera view. So that would be where it's stored, where it's transported, any hallways that would go down in a vehicle, et cetera.
So the whole sales floor is in with.
Point of sale, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, it goes beyond.
Thank you.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
And so just a reminder that anything that is at retail that's required, including camera coverage, would be required for these establishments. So that would be currently in the draft right now. But we do go over and above that to be inclusive of the consumption areas in the current draft. So if you go to 500-141-6E, that's where that's contained. And there's 5 different provisions pertaining to what is required for camera coverage at our establishments. So camera shall be of the quality sufficient to capture clear still images, whether live or recorded. Camera shall cover all entrances and reasonable areas of ingress to the consumption areas. All, any person entering or exiting the consumption area should be captured. All locked receptacles, and there's a provision about alternative security provisions, but again, going essentially over and above what is required at retail to include the consumption areas, which naturally, because it's a new thing, wouldn't be required at retail. So if the board feels comfortable with how it's drafted, then we can move on. But if you wanted to require less than what is in the draft and just require body cams at temporary consumption events, we could do that. But really, it is up to the board on what you want included in that coverage area.
Say the citation again, please.
141.
141.6E.
Seeing 141.60 talks about SOPs to ensure the health of agents and the.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I couldn't find that.
sorry, that might be the new citation under the draft I'm working on. So it's just 141.6 is probably still somewhere down the line. There's 5 subsections.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you. Deputy General Counsel, I don't see any notwithstanding language. So I just wondered if there was a reason for that, to not reference the original language under our existing regulations for security cameras.
We could certainly add that. It is in a different area in which under 141.1, I think is where it says everything at retail ought to be included in social consumption. So I can definitely add that.
I think in this instance, like I understand that covers the section that we're in its totality, but it would make sense to also reference the existing regs around cameras, just so that it's very clear that those still are required, and this is in addition to that.
I am comfortable adding that and doing a cross citation there, so I'll make sure the new draft includes that. And if the board is comfortable, then I think we can move on to the next piece.
Any other thoughts? All right. On to waste disposal.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So there are requirements under 105.12 on how product ought to be dispensed with, and it needs to be destroyed. We've discussed potentially amending that waste citation that I just mentioned, but for some direction from the board, it would be really helpful to understand if there's any carve-outs you want for these establishments relative to waste. They're likely to be, the agents that work at these establishments are likely to come across half-consumed products that obviously at retail they would never have come across. So if there's a carve-out that you're seeking relative to waste there, please let us know, but ultimately it's the board's discretion on how they want to handle half-consumed or partially consumed products.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I've noticed, so just in my reading, this doesn't account for, so the way that I'm envisioning some of our social consumption sites is that, consumers will sort of come in and out of the same area. Let me think of a way to go through this. So picture sort of a restaurant seating, and it's a booth. And there's a group that comes in and they leave the booth and another group comes in. And there may be some materials within that same area that was left behind by the prior group. I don't think that this language here, that it encompasses that it speaks to those scenarios. We're talking about a receptacle. We're not talking about sort of property or product that's sort of discarded and left on the place.
That's correct. So at minimum, there would need to be a locked receptacle that folks could go put their own product out in, or let's say if it's a joint, they could go, you know, those containers that are outside of buildings that folks put cigarettes in. I would imagine something like that, but a locked version. So the current draft does account for that piece, but you're right. And that's kind of where I need some direction on of what else do you want to see here? We maybe want to consider a carve out for these establishments because the way in which our agents currently waste products might not be the best solution here for how these folks are handling it.
Commissioner.
I think we talked about, and it's a little different than Commissioner Concepcion just brought up, but the lit product that is left behind, or so I would respectfully request a fire safe receptacle somewhere for the lit product, somewhere in the language. But it doesn't answer your question.
You search stuff so fast. It's awesome. But thinking through the scenario you've talked about is, I'm not only worried about the disposal, I don't think it needs to vary much from what we currently require, but I think we need to remind operators of an establishment if they see it's not just on the patron, but also on the social consumption establishment agent. You see something that's unused, you see something that's been left behind, you got to go pick it up quickly and deposit it in the approved receptacles. So a little bit of obligation of don't leave that product out either for somebody else to consume or, yeah, or it's left on the table. It's like clean a space when you no longer see it being used.
We do have language in a different area of 141 that accounts for sanitary requirements as far as cleaning both accessories and I would say the space.
I would add that. I would add something like that there too. It's not just about cleaning the space, but it's also attending to kind of discarded product or abandoned product. You would think it'd be a good measure of hospitality and you'd find even in a restaurant, but
sorry.
go ahead.
I think it would be helpful for the board to understand what the current waste requirements are for retail and other cultivation. So that we can think about if you want a carve out, you'd have that understanding of what the baseline is right now. So I don't know if DOI or someone on enforcement could walk through the requirements of waste.
Sure. So this is under 105 subsection 12 for waste disposal. This is applicable to all licensees, whether they be cultivators, manufacturers, retailers. They have certain requirements, including wasting must be done with 2 agents present under full camera coverage. It needs to be logged, whether that's electronic or physical, and that log would have everything on it, applicable metric tags, the agents that were involved in the wasting, and then it needs to be rendered unusable for its original purpose. So they usually mix it with inert material, kitty litter, soil, sawdust, etc. So that unless we have a carve out, they would be required to follow those as well. When it's stored, it has that log with it, and then when it's disposed of, rendered unusable, that would be when it goes to the dumpster.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just to definitely agree with everything that Director Binkowski has said. Just one piece that I want to highlight for the board, and I know this is something INE as a department has raised to the legal department. I believe we've had this conversation previously as well, but One thing to note in our waste regulations, these regulations were drafted some time ago, and we do see opportunities to clarify certain expectations in these requirements. So just one example, and I'm looking at the existing regulations under 500-105-12 subsection C. That breaks down into a couple of different clauses. One of those clauses, just as an example, is talking about solid waste containing marijuana generated at a marijuana establishment shall be ground up and mixed with other solid waste at the marijuana establishment such that the resulting mixture renders any marijuana unusable for its original purpose. I know one thing that we've discussed previously is that this is talking about solid waste containing marijuana. So if we're using like an all-in-one disposable vape product that has a battery, that has glass and plastic, it also has distillate in it. That type of product is not something that can be easily ground up. Right. Even if we're talking about flower material, the commission has recognized in the period of time since these were drafted and to now that grinding marijuana, particularly in large volumes, does present a hazard for agents, employees there as well. So when we're talking about this, I know that my reading of this and what I've advised as well is that the operative language here is such that the resulting mixture renders any marijuana unusable for its original purpose. So I think really my point here is that as we're talking about wasting or waste as a general concept, I think there are elements of our existing regulations that ought to be tweaked to bring them up to speed with kind of what our current practice is, what current product types are, and just clarifying what we necessarily expect when a licensee is actually wasting product. So that is kind of a side conversation to the social consumption conversation that we're having right now. I do agree with Catherine that when we're talking about kind of general wasting at the end of the day, is subjecting social consumption establishments to the same or similar process would make sense. But I did want to highlight as well that our existing waste regulations could benefit from some tweaks to make sure that they are actually feasible for licensees to comply with. Because in some instances, also if we're talking about like grinding up gummies, you can imagine how difficult of a process that would be if they wanted to grind up a gummy. So it's this, they're a little too restrictive or prescriptive in terms of how that needs to go about being accomplished.
Herman and then Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Just to quickly add to DOI and EC's comments earlier, just two additional things in 12D for waste. It has to be conducted by two agents. They have to witness and document that. So obviously social consumption establishments would have to allocate manpower for two people at least, and those records must be maintained for 3 years. Thank you.
Let me ask you, before I turn to Commissioner Concepcion, is between your comments, Tim, and Armin, what you just talked about, would you all be interested in overhauling this section? You talked about grinding up a gummy. I can only imagine how messy that would get. Is the two agent requirement still appropriate? Still necessary?
Just Acting Chair to respond.
I throw that out to anybody.
Yeah, just to respond to that piece, I don't want to speak for the entire department on this. I don't know if we've necessarily contemplated the two agent requirement and whether that still makes sense. I do think, though, as a general matter, that there are some aspects that we could benefit from tweaks. I don't know if an entire overhaul is necessarily required here, but I definitely defer to my colleagues as well for any.
Perhaps I used some wrong terminology. Overhaul means like flipping the car over on its side, tweaking it. I know we've talked about looking at places in our existing regs where we can tweak stuff not only for ease and convenient, but also from the enforceability side of it and clarity around that language. But, Executive Director.
I have a slightly different thought to that particular question, so I'm not sure if Heidi was going to go into that further, but one of the things that I noted from the Michigan event that I was at, when I was asking about wasting, was that the intent in that instance was at the end of the day of the event, that the transporter was taking product off site, was to then take the waste to the point of origin retailer and waste there. And so I'm wondering if that has a connection here as well, in terms of if the wasting is the protocol, the business is set up to do that in a particular area with camera coverage, and to that if we're allowing those individuals to, store and then waste through this process at their original location or something like that, that might be only specific to an event, that might not be relevant here. Although I would think as well, wasting on the site of the social consumption, if it's tied in supplemental to another structure, right? We've had the discussions in the past that if the wasting can be done, not necessarily in the social consumption licensed area, but in the retail area, that came up in the Michigan example.
Director Catherine.
Thank you. Yes, and to give some additional context, so yes, right now we do the 2 agents. I know when we previously had the conversation about removing the 2 agent requirement for couriers, delivery operators, this was brought up. Right now it's for accountability, it's for check and balances, making sure, there's 2 agents, it's being logged, it's under camera view. You're making sure that it's being rendered unusable, it's being reported as waste, and that's actually happening. In terms of product being taken off site, there are certainly licensees. Expired product is a good example. A lot of the times, if retailers have expired products, they contract with the wholesaler that sold them that product to take that product back and waste it. A lot of the times that comes from a manufacturer or cultivator who just have more expansive space to do kind of that mass destruction of the product. So they would need SOPs in place in terms of the wasting, whether that's done on site or they're going to contract with a wholesaler. In terms of the waste regulations, certainly for my team, I think it would be very helpful for consistency, because I think these waste regulations in large part came from DPH when I think they were written only thinking of flour as the product that was being destroyed, and not thinking of what products we have in the market now. As EC mentioned, a gummy, you can't really grind it. It gets stuck in the equipment. Is a licensee going to get a deficiency because it's deemed not to have been sufficiently ground? They're destroying it a different way. So I think lending clarity to it, maybe not overhaul, but I think either simplifying it or lending clarity in terms of what the intent of the regulation is, making it easier for licenses to comply, and also for consistency. Also, we have instances where licenses shut down and there's a lot of product they need to destroy prior to being evicted or leaving the space. My team typically oversees that, and it can be very labor intensive. And when everything needs to be ground up, it can take a very long time to have that product rendered unusable and picked up to be disposed of. So I think having some flexibility for those shutdown instances would be helpful.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I was waiting for Deputy Counsel to come back, because I had some language that I wanted to propose in addition to the language that we have in front of us. This is just a quick draft that goes along my line of thinking. Says agents shall regularly monitor consumption areas and remove unattended, abandoned, or discarded marijuana or marijuana products prior to welcoming new customers to the consumption area, and dispose of said product into the designated log receptacle. I can type that out for you if you like, but my line of thinking was just the way that this language is written. It talks about the consumers and the customers and their responsibility to discard and destroy, essentially just throw the unused product away. But there also needs to be that responsibility being placed on the licensee and the agents of that establishment, so that they're doing it on a consistent, regular basis, not just at the beginning or the end of the day, but throughout the operating hours.
Just for folks.
Sure.
There's one other provision, maybe not in the one that you're citing right there, that would require the ME to at least at the end of the day, and anytime the receptacle is full, to take it out. So that's a separate provision, but we could maybe marry them in language from what you had.
I think that makes sense. And if that's okay with you all, like I know.
Some of that language I'd be I'd want to see written out, but I do like the idea of there's not just the onus on the customer, but there's the onus on the agent. Commissioner Wright, and then Chief.
So, Director, Catherine B. So talked about a carve out, and to Commissioner Concepcion's point, I'm picturing two rendering process. So when the party gets up and leaves, you would have a fire safe receptacle, a locked fire safe, which would have that maybe kitty litter material in it as, to extinguish and to render non-usable. And then at the end of the night, you could have that other rendering process where everything collected in that day could be logged, like maybe the carve out is at the time, real time, there's a rendering process going on, to Commissioner Concepcion's point. And then at the end of the night, there's like a final rendering process for everything. And I don't know if that could serve as a carve out.
Chief.
Thanks, Acting Chair, but I think the thing is, this two, the two agents, as Catherine mentioned, as the DOI mentioned.
Chief, turn it over.
Oh, I always forget. Thank you. We had brought up this during our delivery discussion to maintain consistency because the two agents. So I think in this instance, I mean, we're trying to be as practical as possible, but it also is reasonable that they're doing it under camera coverage. So does it really make sense to have two agents that, the camera coverage can also count as another place, right, to have oversight. And then the other thing too, you might also need to think about, depending, because we have gone through this, depending on the amount of product that needs to be destroyed, it requires more individuals. So you might need to set up a criteria that for X amount, it requires 2+ or whatever, leaving it up to the licensees instead of sort of having this umbrella language that requires that for every destruction or waste, you require two agents. So that's something I wanted to just sort of.
Like pounds, is that?
Yeah. Right, there could be that as well. But I just wanted to make things to ensure that, for consistency, this, we, from an enforcement side of things, of compliance, we don't, we're not seeing the need to still continue to have two agents for destruction.
Commissioner Wright.
And I appreciate that because I read through those NODs and there's so many around. There was only one agent. The log wasn't done. Like, there's a lot of NODs issued around wasting product. I see that. So that two agent is one of them I see a lot.
If I may, Acting Chair, that's why we're now saying, is it really looking from a practical standpoint of view, does it make sense for us to continue to require that there be two agents, especially if it's happening under camera coverage, right? Because let's say there's a diversion issue, or we're looking into a matter related to inventory discrepancies or anything like that. And in addition to that, you have to remember there are waste logs. We could always ask for their surveillance for us to look at the footage to see what occurred there, which is typically what we do when we, conduct inspections. We look at the waste logs. There's also an element of looking at the footage if we feel that there is something else for us to, to look into further. So I think the board needs to consider that. Are we still at a point where two agents are required, for waste?
I would like to suggest something. Obviously, we got to figure out what a specific carve out is for a social consumption establishment, because you brought up, we're not going to grind a vape pen, right? So we got to think about, this will confuse everybody, the different receptacles for what goes in what locked container. But also appreciate the bigger conversation of, can we make some change, not overhaul, make some tweaks and changes to this. I think, Chief, to your point about making this more functional, knowing kind of the backup safeguards around camera coverage and things like that, that we might be able to, tweak some of these regulations beyond impacting just the social consumption establishment. But, thinking about not necessarily carve outs for social consumption, but I think we got to address some type of container for you know, a vape pen to go in versus I'm done with my flower and my pre-roll, and that's going to be something a little more organic that can be mixed up with a tumbler of dirt and hopefully rendered useless, even though people could still dumpster dive and pull something out that's got dirt all over it. Go ahead.
All right, to try to summarize, so I think what would be most appropriate right now would be me to try to work with maybe the Enforcement Council and Director of Investigations on language to clean up waste regulations holistically. And then we could also work on implementing a carve out under the new social consumption establishments to account for the fire consideration from Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion's consideration of the different cleaning amendments we can make. So I'll try to wrap that all into this and put that into the new draft.
All right. Okay, thank you. Moving on to next topic. This is a big one. This is with respect to the marijuana event organizer. The next couple of bullets are all related to this marijuana event organizer. So prefer to kind of keep this at, again, because we haven't gone line by line through the marijuana event organizer license, but these are some bigger policy questions for us to have a conversation around with respect to this license type and temporary nature of some events. So the first, question I think for all of us to consider, and I think the citation's right, 500-0506B3. Is that what you had listed?
And also other 6B3D in there is what I have, but that might be the newer citation.
So pull it back to kind of the 30,000 foot view. Fully appreciate supplemental license type, hospitality license type are going to be more brick and mortar standing consumption locations that I feel afford our I&E team the best opportunity to go in, see these facilities, see camera coverage, see storage areas, etc. And I think a lot of that is more wholly within our, I don't want to call it our comfort zone, but it's more of our usual practices when it comes to inspecting the brick and mortar facilities prior to opening. Question comes down where maybe the responsibility shifts a little bit is I want to have a cannabis festival at this location, this outdoor location in Holyoke. I'm only going to use this space one day. And the question really arises as to what we still want our responsibilities to be versus what I think we acknowledge is a municipal responsibility, because they also give approval of certain one-day permits for beer festivals or other outdoor activities and events where they choose as to whether that site is appropriate or not. They talk about additional security requirements that an event organizer may need to have. So whereas I think those other two models, which are probably more brick and mortar facilities or permanent locations, and I think there are a lot of built-in advantages towards those license types from our perspective versus a temporary event, and having a conversation right now with the team at the table, like what do we feel comfortable we want to do as our jurisdictional responsibility versus what local municipalities may already have stood up and function with respect to a temporary nature of an event. So thinking through those questions, and by the way, for the public that might be listening, we have had conversations with the ABCC about their responsibilities with respect to the temporary events in different communities. obviously the ED went out and witnessed, wouldn't necessarily characterize it as an event, but it was a temporary location where cannabis sales were taking place. And obviously jurisdiction by jurisdiction does it a little bit differently with who has more authority, the municipality or the state regulatory body. But that's where I want to kind of start the conversation and hear from our team kind of as to what their preference is. And again, sorry about this. I'll take a step back to why we thought about creating this license type. Number of reasons. We looked at this license type. One, we heard a lot of public feedback around, I want to hold events and set what the definition of an event might be kind of to the side for a moment. But we had a lot of interest, people saying, I want to host temporary events. I want to host temporary one-day festivals. We also know that there are social consumption events that are happening right now. Because there is no purchase of product going on site, some of those events are kind of outside of our purview and outside of our authority. I have heard from a few communities that are like, there is an event happening on private property. I don't know what's going on there. We obviously have no oversight because there are no sales happening there. But how do we help in some way allow local municipalities to better regulate, better, have a little bit more say in some of the different types of events that are going on? Some of these event organizers are currently doing it without purchase and sale, might want to expand that option within the events that they're hosting, and they need kind of a regulated CCC authorized and municipality authorized process to host those events. So again, starting with a question of where do we want to cede authority and how much to the municipality? What are the things that we need to feel comfortable about the event that's going on in a local community? But Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you to INE. I did read this memo and I just want to make sure I understand your recommendations or what you're flagging here. And my read of it is to fold in the event organizer into the hospitality or supplemental license type. See most of the enforceability to the municipality. The number of events you're recommending, no more than one event per month with 120 days prior. Investigations role would be to inspect prior to the event and review footage if necessary of the event. And it sounds like in most of the enforcement and permitting is on the local level. So am I understanding that correctly? It's folding it into the other two license types. Municipality oversees enforceability and limiting the events to one event per month. And I think that's pretty, did I miss anything or is that pretty much what you're recommending?
Yeah. Acting Chair?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so what we decided as a department is that we need to, if we had to have this license type for event organizers, instead of it being a standalone, it would be extremely difficult for us to have enforcement oversight for some of the discussions that we previously had. So we were thinking of a way that how do we make this work in such a way that it's incorporated into our established processes.
Right.
Which is why we provided the alternative of either it's up to the board in terms of how they want this done, because these events are already happening, but it so happens that one in fault really is on a case by case basis, depending on instances where if we put a notice about it, that there could be non-compliance issues and things like that. So in order for us to, at least if that's what the board wants to do, to sort of honor what's already happening, right, is to folded into one of the license type, whether it's hospitality, whether it's supplemental, it's up to the board to decide. It's either or both. That would then speak to our established processes in such a way that we're not reinventing the wheel in terms of enforcement or compliance. There is an element of providing permits. We would want that to be on the municipality side of things, right? When it comes to enforcement, just like any other situations where for example, instances where other agencies have jurisdiction, if there's anything in there that's related to our jurisdiction, will be put on notice in terms of this is what occurred, this is what happened, incidents, and then we can follow up. So the incident reporting aspect of it will still be in there. They'll still have to follow those. And the other part is that if it's already with our licensees or whether it's supplemental or hospitality, whichever one, the inventory, because we thought about how would we ensure that inventory does not become a big issue, right? Because there's a metric element of it and all that. That's already established if it's any one of those license types instead of creating a standalone. So there is still an enforcement part of it, but we're not going to be on site. Like we wouldn't be able to because we don't have the resources for us to be able to go to these events and see what's going on throughout the event or as a matter of fact, to be there on weekends and things like that, because we don't have the additional resources. We do not have the capacity to be able to do so. But at the same time, we didn't want it to be a situation where we're impeding businesses from being able to hold these events. So that's where the crux of this is coming from in terms of our genesis of saying to the board, we saw the framework that's already been introduced, but in order for it to work, this is what the department, thinks, could work under this type of model or framework. And I think also too, what we also have to keep in mind is that we're working with the staff of less than 40 individuals right now as we speak, and they are the ones who have oversight across the Commonwealth of Mass. And then we're still in the process of implementation of Chapter 180 right now. With everything else that's going on, even the bills that are being introduced, for example, having oversight on HAP and all this other stuff, we already foresee that some of the stuff is going to be extremely difficult for us to do with the number of staff that we already have or the resources that we currently have. So how do we make this work in such a way that it does not create a situation where the staff is overwhelmed or burn out and all that? And then we're not having to create new processes for this license type.
And just follow up on.
Need a break?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. We'll come back to you, but we'll take a 5-minute, come back at 3:05.
Right now. Oh, I'm sorry, I just responded to a couple of people.
Okay, we are back. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chief. I always have crazy scenarios. Well, I got one. So we went to P-Town on a listening tour. It was myself and Commissioner Margot. And they raised the idea, the concept of, because as you know, it's heavily tourist. And what happens is people end up walking down the street and consuming. And then you have young families like walking behind somebody potentially consuming. So what they were envisioning is designating an area in Provincetown where you could go to consume. That way you're not consuming around young children and you're not walking down the street. And the chief of police thought from an enforceability standpoint, that was a great idea. But I guess what I'm saying is the 1 day per month would not allow a municipality like P-Town to be saying like, this space over here is our consumption space. Like the municipality could work in conjunction with the licensee to designate an outdoor space. So I'm hoping for like flexibility with the 1 event per month based on a scenario like that.
I see a number of hands.
I know, they're all going up.
Boom, boom. Chief is helping me here. All right, ED and then Deputy GC, and I said Philip is his hand raised.
I would just say, I think that came up in Michigan to a certain extent because one of the things that Michigan has seen, which I don't think we've really contemplated in our discussions, is that there's an interest in having social consumption events where sales don't take place. So nothing is running through metric. And the agency in Michigan, which is LARA, L-A-R-A, are kind of the position that if there are not sales, we don't really want to be involved. It should really just be between the municipality to determine what they would like to do there. And so that appears to be, from a statutory perspective, where the state of Michigan is going at the time that we left them and within the next probably 3 months to finalize that. So I think within that example of municipalities having that option, I think that's one of the questions that I would have as well is, are there scenarios where, and I think we also heard from the ABCC as well, that there are different types of 1 day events where the ABCC has different levels of involvement. I'm not sure of ones where alcohol is being distributed but not sold, that the ABCC doesn't have any visibility of it. But in this instance, so let's say, just using your example of the boardwalk, if somebody's going to a retailer in Provincetown and then they're walking to an area where Provincetown says you can consume legally, is there a reason in that scenario that the CCC has to be involved at all? I guess would be my question, having also taken the Michigan feedback into consideration.
Deputy GC, go ahead.
That's an excellent point, and that's why we haven't marked up our license types in that way, because there is no CCC oversight if seed to sale isn't occurring. We're not necessary in that instance. That's a private thing. But the hypothetical, going back to Commissioner Roy's point, the hypothetical that you raise is in the context of an event organizer, whereas the hypothetical you're talking about is a fixed location. They could easily get a hospitality license to go there. And then that's a bit of a different scenario there. But whereas it's a fixed location, they're not moving it. If they wanted it to be in that location specifically,
Right.
then I would advocate for, and again, this is a business decision of whoever the private entity is that wants to go into this space. They would likely seek a hospitality license as opposed to an event organizer license, as it's currently drafted.
If I may, and so that kind of came up, and there's no path for a municipality to be a licensee. There's no path. That's correct, right? For a number of reasons.
We don't license them in this.
That's what I'm saying. There's no
Well,
path.
they're selling it. I don't think they are.
Right. So for them to be the hospitality, there's no path. That's what my understanding is.
Exactly, but to the ED's point, if they wanted to go the route where no sales are occurring, they could just designate a cannabis-friendly space within their own municipality that whatever their ordinance or bylaws say has nothing to do with us.
Okay.
Philip and then Enforcement Council.
Sure.
I just wanted to raise the notion because we've in the past, we have all these really good examples, but we kind of get stuck on them or a particular example or a particular scenario. When we were in the working group, we were working on events. What we were imagining is an event as kind of three pieces. It's a time, it's a place, and it's an activity, whatever you're doing there. And the only ones, obviously, don't want you doing anything blatantly illegal, but what's imagined in this is the only thing that the CCC should be concerned about is the time and the place, that premises, the temporary premises or that box where you are hosting this event. Everything around it, like the town kind of has the rest as to what that activity is. Whatever you're doing there, that's more their concern than ours, as long as it's not, blatantly illegal or something of that nature. So I kind of wanted to pull us back from these nuanced examples and kind of come back to the fundamental part, which is what you're doing in this space is not really what we're concerned about. It's does the space you are creating for this temporary event, does that meet our requirements? And if it does, it's good with us as long as the city says you're good with them.
Thanks, Phil. Enforcement Council, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And so just in terms of this entire conversation, I definitely agree with the executive director here. I also wanted to just raise Commissioner Roy to the example that you're bringing up here from Provincetown. So I just want to point out, so under 94G section 13, that identifies penalties for consumption of marijuana, and subsection C there, or clause C says, restrictions on public consumption of marijuana. No person shall consume marijuana in a public place or smoke marijuana or smoking tobacco is prohibited. And then it goes on from there, identifying a civil penalty, etc. So what you're describing, somebody buying a joint, walking around P-Town, smoking that or consuming it on the street, that is already prohibited by the statute. That is a matter for municipal or local police to deal with, and that has been our stance for as long as I can remember. So an event that's a kind of BYOC, bring your own cannabis event, there were no sales going on. To the executive director's point, there's no kind of metric tracking, anything along those lines. That is just people consuming marijuana in a public or private place, depending on kind of the specific location. So what you are describing is already prohibited by law. I do think that where there is not a license or a licensed activity taking place, we would not want to be in that space. We don't have the jurisdiction for that necessarily anyway. Where what you're talking about specifically with the municipality kind of designating certain spaces where marijuana is allowed to be consumed, I would definitely say the municipality should consult with their own corporate counsel to determine whether or not that's allowed based on the statute. But that is that's not necessarily licensed activity. So I don't think we would want to get into the business of enforcing or conducting inspections or anything along those lines. That's kind of an area for municipal police, and that's how the statute carves that out.
Go ahead.
And I don't mean to pull us down a rabbit hole, but none of you were with me in Provincetown that day, and I, to convey this is what we're hearing when we go on these like municipal tours, and they're looking to us for guidance. So I think it'd be helpful not only for us to talk about it, even though we agree it's not an activity with license, but for other municipalities that may be listening that are considering this, because this did come up in a private setting in a listening tour. Thank you.
I would just say, and I appreciate the discussion, and I hope my colleagues at INE understand that I appreciate I appreciate the concerns that you've raised. In all with all respect, because of how long you've been doing this work and enforcing this work. I fully appreciate, and I think Chief Jones, you might have raised this at one point, the kind of, there's a divider here between somebody who wants to host a temporary consumption event versus the benefit of that same person potentially, probably with some additional cost, but deciding to open up or pursue a hospitality license. So with a marijuana event organizers, we've talked about whether it's 12 days, whether it's 24 days, you have a limit. When you pursue one of those other license types, you have a facility that is open on whatever hours you and the municipality agree to. And the definition of event changes a little bit. For me, it changes to, I have a hospitality location. I'm gonna have, movie and puff night. That's a marketing event in that kind of definition, right? It's not something that you are limited by what you can hold. You can have an event in your hospitality space, kind of on whatever kind of calendar you want to build out for yourself and for the purposes of running your business and making it successful. So I could see, in thinking about the marijuana event organizer, and I think where I'd like to find us is that, let's start with a date or a period of days that people can give us feedback on. But I do see this license type doing, again, as I pointed out, a couple of things. It's a low barrier to entry. I just want to be the marijuana event organizer. I can sit here with my laptop and I can find licensees. I can do the local permitting piece. So it's somewhat of a low barrier to entry. Again, I also think of these other events that we get questions about a lot, whether it's an event that NECAN wants to host, whether it's Boston Cannabis Week, whether it's, again, some other events that we know are going on that, short of a sale of an item, are kind of protected on private property, and we and local authorities really don't have any eyes and ears into, basically. So when I think about this license, I'm thinking about, what do we want to feel that we need to effectively regulate one of those events versus what authority do we really want to see to the municipality that already has an existing process in all likelihood for approving event permits. I would fully expect we want to know who's there, right? We want to make sure that people selling product are licensed with us so we can ensure hopefully the safety of the product being consumed. Again, we don't have that with private events. You bring your own, you're bringing your own, and everybody else is bringing their own. We want some idea of making sure that there's appropriate camera coverage so we can cover a lot of the points that we talked about previously when we talked about camera coverage. But I definitely see with this license away from a brick and mortar facility to a temporary location, I definitely see a shift in who carries the burden of the responsibility. And I definitely see it more on the municipality side than on our side. But I'm just thinking of what, if we had that model, what are the things that we want to make sure, obviously you're required to follow our regs, camera coverage, checking IDs twice, making sure the area that product is being secured, is also covered and protected. Who's selling product on site? They got to be one of our licensees. Other than that, I see, again, more municipal responsibility. I do see an opportunity for us to collaborate with municipalities in terms of educating their police force as to what they could be on the lookout for. What was interesting to me was some of this ABCC local event partnership is that sometimes when there's an infraction, there's little teeth to be able to go and get the person who committed the infraction. I had a license for a one-day brew festival. It got out of control, went beyond the means, whatever. Short of, we don't give you a license to have a brew fest next year, we actually have some teeth to go back and either, send notices of deficiencies to whoever the licensees that are there, and even have a notice of deficiency on the marijuana event organizer. So I do see all the pieces of that, but I think, again, I'll reiterate, just going back to your point, Chief, events themselves under this license are either 12 days, 24 days. It's pretty limited. there might be more of a benefit or your ROI to pursue a hospitality license whereby unlimited days, and we actually have a better insight and view into the establishment, the procedures, the cameras, everything else when it comes to more of that permanent location where you're not limited in how many days you want to do different promotions and different quote unquote events. So, but I think that, Chief, that was a point that I thought you raised during some of our previous conversation that took to heart. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I have I'll pause because my question is about a different component from what we were just discussing. So I don't know if anyone had any comments before I ask a separate. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask about the review process for this license type. You know, because there's a reduction in responsibility for the CCC because of the temporary nature, are we considering an expedited review process? What does that look like? Just because I know that, you know, there may be a holiday that someone wants to throw some sort of event or some other element that is really time sensitive. Are we thinking about this as going with the regular time frame, or are we thinking about sort of a different sort of review process because of that?
If I may, Acting Chair. So Commissioner Concepcion, we had put in that what we were requesting is because we thought about the expedited nature, that there might be an element of that at least they need to provide us with 120 days, and they need to submit their documentation, attestations, everything from the municipalities 120 days before the event. That way it gives us time to be able to review the documentation, see if there's any follow-up, collaborate with the municipality, collaborate with ABC, whoever is involved. That way there's not a delay in the process. And I think also too, what would be helpful with this would help inform us in terms of the number of events, right? We had just put in one as an example, but it's up to the board if you think that, okay, maybe they need to have more than one per month. But we were thinking about it on a monthly basis, but the board might have a different perspective because we also have to keep in mind in terms of all the other duties that the staff has to perform. So we also don't want it to be a situation where it's creating some sort of delay. So if they're walking in already knowing that there's this requirement to provide any and all documentation, you know, from all sides, 120 days prior, because typically our staff is 90 days, but this we're giving them at least a lot of room and window. That way there's an exchange and communication, because we already know that in terms of having oversight on that day-to-day event, we're not going to be there, right? We already know that, which is why we want to be given enough time to look into everything that comes with having that event, which brings me to the point of advertising. We would need to really consider fully, you know, what we're going to do with the advertising regs. Because one of the things that we are seeing with these events so far, one of the biggest things is advertising. We always have concerns and questions coming from the licensees related to the advertisement of the event. So I think this is where really the board also needs to see, maybe we can take an opportunity to look at making some amendments related to the advertising regs that could also be helpful to that. So, and we want to give them time to be able to advertise and market whatever they want to market in terms of the event as well.
Chief Jones, so we're asking for the application to be submitted no less than 120 days prior to the event occurring. And then we, the commission, will in turn go through all that information and have a response within that 120 days.
That was the idea. Yeah, that's the idea. And then also too, because we really need to collaborate with the municipalities. Remember, there's a payments element of it, with the payments in terms of us understanding the lay of the land, understanding the plans in terms of where is this event going to be held and all that stuff will be really helpful for us to have that information beforehand. That way it does not impede with our other inspectional processes that we have for other licenses or license types.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And hang on just a second, Commissioner. One of the other things I want to make sure I mention when it comes to days, right? I think when we put out our original framework, there was some confusion around 24 events. Event could be no more than 5 days in a row. So we had some people doing some interesting math that culminated in a lot of different days. So I wanted to go back and offer some clarity that it's 24, you can use 24 days. So if you want to break those out to events per month, you know, I think you're thinking about 12 days, that's one per month. I think where I started to come down is 24 days during the year that you can host events. And if you have one event, like Boston Cannabis Week, I think some of us have had the opportunity to go to some of their events, they do 5 days. So you would take that 5 off their 24, basically.
I just got confused by that now.
Okay.
I think you said that.
Okay.
I guess I know I say that again. So 24 days.
Right. When we originally started, we had put it in is you could hold 24 events, no event longer than 5 days. And we had some confusion around the math of that. So what our original, I think the original intention of the working group was 24 days. Do the math, you know, 2 events per month, there's your 24 days. But we know there are events like Boston Cannabis Week who like to do 5, and we would allow up to a 5-day event, but that means you got 19 left.
Okay.
So it's all about days and not about events. I think where the error in drafting was what we meant to say was 24 single day events. And people took it as 24 5-day long events. And so you got upwards of almost 100 potentially. So we will clarify with that with the new draft so that it's 24 single day events.
Or the suggestion of just of 12 days, but understanding it may not be one per month. It could be 12 days, however you use those during the year, as long as you're not hosting an event for more than 5 days. I want to go to Commissioner Roy and then the UED. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I guess I got confused too.
It's okay. That's why we tried to clarify it from the original.
So I'm just wondering why we're being so prescriptive on the days if we're shifting the enforcement to the municipality. If it's the same it's the same location, it's the same event organizer, it's the same floor plan and so I'm just thinking of Massachusetts and all the tourist areas that they, you know, the summer months is where you make your money, your business model. So I don't understand like why if we're shifting it and we okay the setup, you know, everything's gone through, and I agree with 120 days to ensure that all the permitting is in place. I don't know why we have to be overly prescriptive here. I don't.
With respect to total number of days.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair point. Fair point. I think, again, the working group is we want to start with these events somewhere, but then, you know, for a day total. But again, we were also looking at it is the opportunity more for those events to happen. But again, and I give Chief credit for this, you know, moving people more towards the hospitality license where we actually undertake a little more authority and responsibility where, you know, using Provincetown as an example, they found an art gallery that wanted to be a hospitality site. They could be open every single day of the week offering cannabis sales consumption. So really thinking of the event being somewhat unique more than a normal everyday event occurrence.
May I ask?
Go ahead.
So that's not an arbitrary number, the 5 times 24 there, like where did you get that number from?
We started, again, the working group said, okay, events, understanding all of the requirements you're going to have to do to create an event space. We said, let's start with, for public feedback, 24 days of events. So you could break that down to, I'm having 2 events a month. So that was just a number to start with to kind of get some feedback. More than anything.
Thank
ED, go ahead. Then I see you, Phil. Go ahead.
I was just going to add a little bit of the municipal perspective here. So I think the 120 days or a date range that ultimately the board wants to move ahead with, I think factor in all of there's going to be a lot on the municipal side as it relates to some of these events specifically. So taking out of the hospitality and just talking about a standalone event, with the need for fencing that is opaque so that the public can't view, to have areas where sales are being done, not in the view of public. Certainly the event I saw in Michigan, for example, is a tent, right? Tents on municipalities require their own permitting process. There was a lot of, within the floor plan, called for a number of different things that take a lot of time for the municipality to go through as well in terms of on their end. So I think I would look at it as sort of concurrent processes in that, I think it's also helping set expectations to somebody to not understand that they're going to probably be putting on an event within the regulations to have sales and consumption that is not viewable, is not within view of the public. It's pretty difficult to probably put on an event like this that meets all the regulations and meets the municipality's expectations. And when I say concurrent, I also mean the municipality in the example of the event that I had witnessed had far more stringent, requirements for the business than the state of Michigan did. Whether it be the security that they put in place, their processes. So I think that whether it's 120 days or a date range, the municipalities are going to build their process off of what you said in regs. And so I think having an expectation that something comes into them as a request and materials have to come to us as well, I think would be important for them to kind of build their own process of approval for an event permit at the local level. And so whether it's 120 days or another number that you're comfortable with, that was how I was envisioning it. It gives the municipality a sort of sense of a timeline, and also then they can communicate it to a business who's approaching them about an event. And so I do think it makes sense for us to sort of set a timeline that the municipality and we are working collaboratively together on. So I like that component of it. I don't have an opinion specifically to the number, but that was how I was envisioning.
Philip, go ahead.
I also just wanted to say that some of the idea behind the large chunk of lead time was especially in the short term when if let's say tomorrow this was launched and full-fledged and we hammered out all the problems, it would be there would be a lot of people trying something new in different places. It could be a field somewhere. It could be like you were positing, a area of town that the town has said, if we're going to have events, it's all just going to be here. That's possible as well. It could also be like on a large piece of private property. We don't necessarily know what those will look like yet, but I do think in the medium to long term, what you're envisioning would likely happen. Like there would be certain places that would figure out what works, and it would be more plug and play. Like, oh, you're hosting it at this venue. We know that meets our standards. It's already built out for it. Like that would be sort of a medium to long term result. But in the short term, both industry, municipalities, and the commission would have a bit of lead time getting a lot of new stuff in and time to process it as well.
Thanks, Philip. It does raise an interesting point more to a best practice, probably for a community, is that a community, what you want to say, I think, Philip, to your point, we're okay with this space being used, whether it's the boardwalk or whatever you saw in Provincetown, like we're okay with this being used as a space. And maybe that gives us a little bit more familiarity with where the location is, where the setup is. And maybe to incentivize that, you say, if you're using a pre-approved location that we're familiar with, maybe that time requirement drops down to like 90 days, right? because we can drive them towards places that the community is going to be familiar with and we're going to be familiar with. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Acting Chair. That's why we had said at least 120 days prior, because we know what we're also envisioning, we learn from delivery. We want this to inform us of the bigger picture, right? Because we already know going in that we don't have the adequate resources for us to have this as a standalone. So to make this work, let's have sort of like, this is a pilot, let's pilot this out, see how this is gonna work out. And then it will help conceptualize the long-term idea behind this. And then also we'll have the industry, we'll have the municipalities, we'll have wherever else that's also playing a part in this to sort of get back, on the, get back, to have a discussion, have it and sort of build up the framework. But I don't think as an agency also as a state that we are really at a point whereby, because we're learning from some of the things that the ED learned from when he went to Michigan and learning from other jurisdictions, that they're also looking at their regs, trying to revise them to move away from just having a standalone license type for event organizers and all that. So I think it will be helpful for us to sort of have this framework in terms of our, having events under either one of the license types here, whether it's supplemental or hospitality, figuring out, learning from there. We'll have the metrics, we'll have a lot of information that would allow us, as time goes on, to make amendments that would really build into something long-term.
Said. Okay. WGC, go ahead.
Thanks. I think it might be helpful to provide a little bit more context from the working group's perspective, in which we spoke in depth with Michigan and the ABCC for their models. And I think we tried to merge models between the two as much as we could and pull best practices from an entity operating within our state, so having to comply with mass general laws and the municipal process, while also pulling from best practices from Michigan. So in saying that, Michigan has 90 days to review, so 120 would be obviously over and above that, which is an adequate amount of time for our staff to review for sure. But I would just wanted to say the ABCC model doesn't have a time requirement, is my understanding, and they essentially put it on the licensee that they're assuming the risk if they don't get it in time, then they're not able to move forward with that single day event. So again, we're pulling from both. 120 days would be over what Michigan is doing, but that for the purposes of our rollout of this, 120 days seems like a reasonable amount of time to at least test this. So I think that's what's in our current draft right now. So I guess that's one question to the board right now is 120 days before submission. Is that where we want to land? And then we can get to some of the other pieces.
Director Olivia, go ahead.
So just to give a little bit more insight, the reason, we also in our recommendation came with 120 days is just looking at staffing and licensing and all the other demands going through. So we think 120 days is an adequate timeline that would give us, the adequate amount of time to work and review these in a timely manner.
I appreciate that feedback. When you think of it, I'd rather see how 120 days goes than us promise 60 days and we can't do that or can't do 90.
Right.
I'd rather get some experience under our belt. We could always revisit it, but 120 sounds fair. And
So you're going to be reviewing these host community agreements. That's a whole other component.
So for the marijuana event organizer, I believe there would be a first for the license itself, for the license, for the initial license, but not for each.
No, but I mean, still, you're going to have to review.
Yeah, for the license itself, yes, there were definitely, it's an added time for sure.
Go ahead, Chief.
As part of it, because looking at the current HCA's, it's saying no social consumption is allowed, right? So the ones that we already have.
Right.
So we factor that in as well, that, it will require, that we have enough time considering, the ratio of staff that we have in comparison to the number of HCA's and all the other additional documentation that would have to receive related to this license. It's, it's not going to be a situation where it's something that we're already familiar with, right? As well. So, and then the other thing that we also have to keep in mind is that would have to also, as part of implementation, while learning that from chapter 180, we have to ensure that, we develop internally SOPs that would speak to even the review, of these applications and everything else related to this and everything else that encompasses this license. So in speaking to Michigan, we did speak to Michigan INE, did have a conversation with them. What we took from that conversation is that we did realize that even though they have the 90 days, it requires more than 90 days. And I think Attorney Baker, one of the things that maybe we could add to that is that we can have some added language or incorporate some language into under the 120 days that is at their own risk if they do not submit documentation on time. That will not, because we're seeing it right now with renewals is that even though we have the 30, 60, 90-day reminders,
Yep.
They still don't follow it anyways, and we still process the renewals. So I think in this instance, learning from that, we will then have qualifying language that is at your own risk. If you do not submit it in a timely manner, then the event.
We can't guarantee
Right.
approval and sign off,
Mhm.
what have you.
Right.
ED, go ahead.
I just want to point out one thing. It doesn't come up today. It came up in our past meetings too, but I think one of the differences on the back end from an investigation standpoint that's different between how we're written and how Michigan's written is cameras at the point of sale. Michigan does not have that. So I think the way that we had written compared to that and the ABCC as well, I think, there are some things in here that municipalities need to have on their checklist of items as they're going through events that would be for us, some of the things that are from them. So I think, especially as we roll this out, that's a differentiating factor from a checklist they would have for the ABCC, for example. So I just wanted to point that out as a difference as well.
I think one of the things, and I know we are stopping at 4:00 today, but I'd love to spend just a little time asking INE team, what are some of those components or what are those informational things that you would want to see? Understanding the community is going to give approval to community in our framework as we're thinking about it, would give approval to the site, hours, security requirements, local permitting process to do that. What's the information I talked about? We want to know who the licensees are that are showing up. What are some of the other components that you want to make sure are shared with us at that 120-day marker? Catherine, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So some of the things we highlighted, because there won't be this on-site security component that
Right.
is typical of inspection, really submitting some type of floor plan or, blueprint of the event, showing exactly where IDs will be checked, if they have private security, for example, where those individuals will be posted, where product will be stored, where cameras will be located, whether they're wearing body cameras. That floor plan blueprint should really show, limited access areas, their security infrastructure, exits, egresses, et cetera. Their SOPs would have to outline really how IDs are being checked, how product is getting to the site, how product is going to be stored while it's there. If they drop something while they're there, what's their wasting going to look like. Incident reporting will also be huge because it will be on the licensees, but also if a municipality shuts down an event, for example, that is something we would want to be notified of. We also put in here potentially, they need to submit some type of attestation or metric reports to us showing their inventory or a sign off of their inventory when they got to the event and when they left it. So we would need to really look at what this application would look like so that when it comes to us, it's not to say tied up in a bow, but it's as complete as possible for us to actually review it.
Go ahead.
Adding to what the director talked about here, the security of the event is very important as well. That will be something that they need to work out with the municipalities and all that. And it will be between the licenses. That way, when they're providing their attestations, we already have, and within the documentation that they've in fact worked that out. And I think from the EDs, feedback related to what they're doing in Michigan, they already have regulations related to security, and this is something that they're leaving. It's up to the municipalities and the business to sort of work that out. And because we already know we're not going to be there, and even if they say we were there, we wouldn't want to be the ones to stop an event, because there's been a scenario where it's like, oh, what would happen if they had to stop an event? At least if they have security, sometimes in those instances, they do hire, retired police officers, detail, that is already familiar in terms of how that's supposed to work. And then that's when the incident and reporting comes in, that at that point, after the event, if there's any incidents that they want to be able to report to the commission, they would follow the incident reporting regulations. And I believe one of the things that we talked about is to sort of bolster the language related to incident reporting, because right now it is we feel like there's certain things that we need to put in there that would put some teeth in terms of incident reporting overall.
So incident reporting, not just for this event
Yeah.
license type, but for all
Yeah, for
licensing.
considering that this
Okay.
is the direction that we're taking. Yep.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
A little bit of a side note, but along those lines of bolstering things, under 500, 141.5, since we're not going to be physically present doing quote unquote enforcement, I'd like to bolster 500, 141.5 under age verification to shall have age verification software or age verification technology. We had a conversation with Director Bukowski about some of our licensees currently have this technology, but it's not mandated. And if you can envision a scenario where you have an event and 500 people show up, I have a 24-year-old and a 21-year-old, and fake IDs are really good, right? And, and so other than the technology, there's no really foolproof way to ensure that all the patrons are 21 and above, except when they cross-reference. I think, Catherine, you told me the R&B number on the license, this technology would be able to cross-reference that. So I just think there's too much room for human error if you have a large capacity event and young people can get in. So I would like to see us just bolster that language on that section right there. And that's just kind of a side note, but along the lines of public safety.
Go ahead.
It's tied.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment or just in terms of the whole enforceability piece of this or enforcement piece of this, I feel obligated to just chime in a little bit here. I think what we're really talking about, what we're proposing here is kind of like the day-to-day actual oversight of the event, even not necessarily have that presence there. However, and I understand that that, but just kind of clarity for anybody listening too, so that we wouldn't, as the commission and the licensing regulatory agency, wouldn't have a role to play in enforcing our rules and regulations as it relates to the license. So in the scenario that you're describing, say there was a large event, they weren't properly checking IDs, we received that report, we would fully intend to prosecute that matter of noncompliance through our own process. The municipality, though, if they wanted to say shut down the event on the day of, then that's what Chief Jones is really speaking to, that we wouldn't be there to say shut it down. That would be the detail officer, the police, the municipality, what have you. But then we would, in all likelihood, follow up with some sort of enforcement action on our own for any potential noncompliance, and in particular, if there's repeat noncompliance, et cetera.
Just hopping on that really quickly before, did you see, Michigan has the ability to shut down an event. They have not had the instance in which they have done that, but they maintain the right should they need it.
Deputy GC.
Please, actually, you go.
Are you sure? Okay, I'm just, Tim.
I just thought they were there at the
Attorney
beginning.
Gooden, you just said something that, because our existing regulatory framework includes a component under the security provisions that require us to be notified when there is an occurrence that necessitates police interference or interaction. I just wanted to highlight that because in instances like that, we would be notified because the police have intervened. That was also just a comment.
And I think that gets to the collaboration piece with the municipalities, understanding what authority they have on their end to work with us to take care of any issues.
And we also, we add additional language to relative to like a medical emergency for these establishments. So we go over and above what is required already. But I just want to try to move us along because we're nearing the end of the hour. It sounds like there's consensus from the board that everyone's on the same page that enforcement staff isn't going to be there from start to finish. Is that correct? Okay,
Not even start.
well,
Isn't start in terms of the event, right? We're talking about the event itself
Yes.
being on site. That's correct.
okay, so that was an issue we wanted to get consensus on in order to incorporate into the next draft. The only other piece that I have that I think we can get a new draft if we get clarity on, so within the next 10 minutes, is it possible, I think some of enforcement's consideration here, and totally understand this piece, is if we're allowing for multiple locations for a temporary event, that's more difficult to enforce than if we were required to be a temporary event in one location. So to back up, the ABCC model is that they allow for a single day event to be in one location up to 30 days. And they had said that they didn't want to allow it for more than 30 days because ultimately they start competing with brick and mortar once it goes past that month long. And so that's going back to a conversation that we had before. 24 days or 30 days makes sense in the context of, again, trying to make it so it is in fact temporary and it's not there for so long that it ends up being a brick and mortar establishment, but an event on paper.
We're also saying 24 days, however you want to use them throughout the year, but you can't have an event that lasts longer than 5 days. So I think we avoid what the ABCC had to contend with.
Sure, and needing further clarity, can those events be at multiple locations across the state, or do we want to say only in one location? Because I think enforcement would probably be on the side of in that one location is easier to enforce than if you have one in Holyoke, one in Northampton, and then one in Boston. Does that make sense?
So I want to hold an event. I want to do it in Holyoke. I'm going to go to Holyoke. I'm going to get my local permitting all taken care of. I'm going to send the CCC what they require. No later than 120 days out from the event. So if I've cleared all those hurdles, does it matter if I'm having a second event or a second event location?
The policy question I'm asking the board is, can they take the remainder of the days that they have and go to a different municipality, or do we want to keep them in one location temporarily? Or do they have the flexibility of going to different places?
I want to give them that flexibility, knowing that there are all those steps they need to take regardless of where the location is. I mean, obviously, we want to find a way to drive them or incentivize them towards, and municipalities working with us to kind of pre-screen and pre-have those preferred locations. Or if you keep going back year after year, okay, you've done it in Holyoke at the corner of Cabot Street and someplace else. That's great. You've done it there once. Go back there and thinking of the ways to incentivize that on a recurring basis.
Understand.
Me neither.
I don't understand.
So an event organizer right now can go and have up to 24 days in Holyoke or anywhere.
Oh, your read is different from my read.
Well, I'm trying to tease it out right now. So we're limiting to 24 single day events. Everyone is on the same page with that.
I don't know if I am, because
Okay.
what's the current ABCC model? 30 days.
30
So why are we?
in one location.
Yeah, why can't we
Or-
roll it after that?
It can be in multiple locations under ABCC, but it cannot be in one location for longer than 30 days.
Right.
So
It's a regulate it like alcohol, right?
Go ahead, finish.
So-
I hear you on the days though.
So under the ABCC model, there are still flexibility in bringing it to multiple jurisdictions, right?
Right.
The question that I'm asking the board,
But they're
sorry.
allowing a multiple location.
You're,
Yeah.
so you're saying that our permission, it goes with that licensee regardless of the location where they are. But they would still have to go through the permitting process of each municipality. Hypothetically speaking, it does not matter where they are, they still have received this permission from the CCC. I understand that. And that makes sense to me.
whereas the question that I'm asking you is if you want to further restrict that to, they can only be in one location. And obvious, there's a balance here,
Right.
of course, but this is the question that I need clarity on.
And that means that they would have to then be reauthorized by us in each case every time they want to be located in a different.
So less enforcement oversight if you do one location. It's easier for us to review the HCA because there's only one HCA and it's all in one jurisdiction. So there's a few other considerations here for the board, but.
And I want to give them the option of picking multiple locations. If they choose to be like, I'm only going to be in Holyoke, I'm going to be in Holyoke, I'm going to do my 24 or 30 days or whatever in Holyoke, but knowing I can't run a continuous event more than 5 days in a row. Commissioner.
I cut you off before, I'm sorry. The ABCC model is 30 continuous days?
ABCC has it drawn up differently than we have it working.
Yeah, I just,
It's apples and oranges slightly here.
yes.
But they also don't have an HCA requirement that we have, which is by statute and we can't amend that. So it's different. But the way that they wrote it is you can have up to 30 single day events
In a row.
in one location.
Okay.
And then they said they don't go over and above that because you compete with brick and mortar at that point if you go past.
Then you can move it.
But yeah, you could go to another jurisdiction. You could technically have every single day accounted for in 12 different
We
municipalities.
just can't do more than 30
30
in that one
consecutive
location.
days. What's wrong with that? That sounds reasonable.
And under that model, they're not essentially limiting the amount of days that license can use. But again, we limited it for our purposes, essentially as INE has laid out, because this is more or less a pilot program. And to start the rollout, we want to ensure that we have the capacity to do it.
And on the flip side, the benefit of, okay, I understand what my limitations are for being a marijuana event organizer. But I can go and open up a hospitality license space and then have quote unquote unlimited days that I can be there.
A lot of oops.
No, I mean, you pursue one license type or the other license type.
I'm apprehensive about giving a definitive position on this,
Sure.
because I'm not quite sure of all the considerations. Yeah, I know we're limited time. I feel like I want to hear enforcement's, perspective on this too. So I'm also thinking about that. Our processes here, the 120 days. Now, what does that look like? In terms of if we're reviewing different HCAs, how does that fold into that time period?
So what I will suggest, because on this list, we have kind of 3 items left, the single versus multiple locations for the temporary consumption event. We have a question around the duration. Is 24 days right? Is 12 days right? So we have that question to answer. So I mean, we're actually all talking about them right now. And then we have a final question about, would we allow for consumption to be visible? So what I would like to suggest is we add these 3 topics on. We've already started discussion on 2 of these. Add these to our July meeting agenda.
That's a good idea.
And finish it up then. But I have to admit, super impressed with and thank commissioners and our other members of our team, because I do think we got through a lot and gave you a lot of direction. I also picked up on and appreciate from the INE side some of the things you want to go in and have the opportunity to streamline as it relates to social consumption, but some kind of lingering issues for all of you around incident reporting, advertising regs, and was one more, and wasting. So we can work with you on some of that. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
If we want to move to the next slide for the presentation, we could just do a brief conversation on the regulatory timeline.
Sure.
So again, the acting chair has discussed going over an updated draft under the second July public meeting. So we're looking to try to get you an updated draft about a week before that for commissioners. And obviously, this is the start of the promulgation process. So if we could get to a vote in that July public meeting, then that would start the clock for us sending it to the Secretary of State. And just to give a brief abbreviated timeline of that, it would take about a week for us to finalize that, submit it to the Secretary of State. That starts our 35-day clock, where we would provide notice to the MMA and Housing and Livable Communities, the agency, and we can have our public hearing 35 days after that. So then subsequent to that, what would happen after the public hearing is that staff would incorporate the testimony that we received into the next draft. And sometime after that, probably a week or so after the public hearing, once we've incorporated it, we'd come back to the table and start redlining it. Then we'll go through the redlining process.
Final version work through.
And that's the final version.
August.
Probably August at this point, yes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and then if we're able to do that, probably the end of August, early September, with the 35 days. Again, that's assuming that we get a vote to send it off to the secretary in the July meeting. And then it would take about 2 weeks after we get to final and that next redlining round to send it to the secretary to have that final promulgation. So we're looking probably enforceable social consumption regs come October.
And obvious, we're looking to match up dates so we can have that. I'm considering everybody's vacations and everything else. So looking right now at that last week of July to kind of have that line by line read through and hopefully finish up at our first July, our business meeting, to get feedback on the 3 remaining topics that we have. And then be able to produce a red line version that we can walk through in that last week of July.
Just had a request. So Deputy Counsel, between now and the July 10th meeting, you were saying that we would be given another version, or are you saying before the final July meeting, we would be given another draft?
I'm aiming to provide you another draft a week before the regulatory conversation in July, so the second public meeting.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm thinking through my own time frame. I'll tell you this now in public. I just want to make sure that you and I have the opportunity to speak and sort of flesh some things out before we go into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that we can do it to avoid any issues with the open meeting law is I'll meet with the commissioners individually and we'll walk through any priorities. I'll bake that into the draft, but not submit it to you all until that's completed. And for scheduling purposes, we'll send it out and you'll receive it before the meeting starts. So.
Commissioner Roy.
I'm unclear where we left event organizer because I heard the recommendation to fold it in, but then you opined on your vision for it, and where did it land?
As I was talking about, I mean, it's still leaving a marijuana event organizer license type for me on the books. I think what we want to, and all the limitations that come with that, and partially what we just had was looking at how a marijuana event organizer license could work. But what I'm saying is, and again, I think this was a point Chief Jones made in a phone call we had. I think we need to highlight the values of somebody who doesn't have an existing license, right? So they can't pursue supplemental. They could pursue hospitality. brick and mortar structure, we feel more comfortable regulating those kind of facilities. And they don't have a limit on events.
Right.
So I think we just are trying to espouse the benefit of the hospitality license type, if somebody can go that way, versus understanding what the restrictions and limitations are of a marijuana event organizer license. So it's not collapsing the two necessarily. It's still holding a marijuana event organizer license, the hospitality license, but helping people understand what the benefits are of using the hospitality license type as opposed to the marijuana event organizer. I think we were all kind of getting caught up in conversations about events and the marijuana event organizer holding an event versus I have a hospitality license, I have a fixed space. I can have my definition of events become anything I want to do to market people coming into the hospitality space and concern.
I guess I'm a little so for the event license organizer, it's got to be held somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that somewhere could be the hospitality. Like, do we even need that? Like the somewhere could be it depends on.
It could be the hospitality.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is there a need for this? Technically, it's being held somewhere. It's not being held in the sky. It's
Right.
being hosted.
Right.
So that theoretically could be folded into hospitality because it's being held somewhere.
It could be, but for the marijuana event organizer, somebody who's like, right now I can't go through the hoops of building out a brick and mortar space, but I want to have something on, similar to what Detroit did, but with consumption, that kind of temporary event. That's still, the opportunity through a marijuana event organizer license.
But the temporary event is being held at somebody's property.
Yes.
So that could technically be folded into a hospitality.
Right, but they don't run into the same limitations on quote unquote an event.
That's what I'm saying. So it behooves it to fold it into hospitality because then there'd be no limitations. This is
I mean,
you're less
may
barrier.
look at, but again, I want to keep a marijuana event license on the framework because we know there are events that are temporary in nature. Maybe somebody doesn't want to go through the hospitality license type pursuit. But again, we've talked about, NECAN's event, Boston Cannabis Week, temporary where they might choose different locations. You and I went to the Boston Cannabis Week, did the drive-in movie theater.
The Grateful Dead theme.
The Grateful Dead thing.
Yes.
And, and had another event as part of their, event somewhere else in Boston. So I think we want to keep that
I
flexibility.
guess my point, and we can agree to disagree.
Okay.
That event we went to was at the Mendon drive-through. So that technically the Mendon drive-through could have been the hospitality. Like we can agree to disagree. I just don't see the utility in having this third license type when it could all be done in two license types and make it a little easier on I&E. So I don't know. We can agree to disagree.
No. I don't think we're too far off. I don't think we're too far off. I think there's an ability for us to tout the benefits of pursuing the hospitality license without necessarily giving up people's option to apply for the MEO. Okay. No other business. I didn't anticipate a time of posting. Our next meeting date is July 10th. If there's nothing else for the commission, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Roy, and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, I&E team. Greatly appreciate it.